Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off on Mappes to see who comes out on top. Lancer has a strong historical edge in this matchup, winning over half of their previous encounters. He's really looking to capitalize on that today after his recent form. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually turn the tide this time. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Lancer really seems to have his number today. What a scramble! He manages to clutch out that fight just barely, extending the streak to 3. Lancer is playing like the clear favorite in this pairing. Omnic answers right back with a clean finish to close the gap. He's shaking off that narrow loss from 16 hours ago. Lancer pulls ahead again, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. Really surprising to see him struggle after entering as the favorite. Lancer's barely holding on to his slim lead now. Lancer's been in a dominant mood throughout his last few games. The momentum has shifted completely. Omnic has flipped this on its head, bringing the series back to a dead even tie. Lancer has usually been the one to prevail in these matchups. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Lancer barely sneaks through that fight alive. He's just refused to go down twice now. Lancer looks completely comfortable from that ramp, putting a bit more breathing room between himself and Omnic. That's quite a contrast to how the pre-match odds looked. An absolute shutout for Lancer, who's now looking completely unstoppable as we approach the break. A tough stretch for the higher-seeded player. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly how we expected. He looks far too sharp, and this huge 4-round streak really put the pressure on Omnic. New sides, new energy. Omnic has a difficult road ahead with just a 33% success rate on this particular setup, and honestly, that lack of confidence is starting to show in his play. He needs to find a way to break Lancer's momentum before this gets completely out of hand. Lancer is firmly in control at 9-6. That's a very clean response to hold the line. Lancer is quickly snuffing out any hope of a comeback here. He's really showing that rating gap between them right now. Lancer is putting on a real show here, quickly reclaiming control of the pace. He's really leaning into that top-tier experience he brings to the table. He's completely shut down the comeback attempt, putting himself just a single round away from victory. It's a total reversal from what we expected going into this. What a finish! Lancer closes out the series in a fierce exchange to claim the victory. Omnic fought hard but just couldn't find a way to slow down that momentum. Lancer's simply on another level right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a significant 22-14 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's traditionally had the upper hand, but Lancer hasn't been following that script lately. He'll need to find some answers quickly to avoid a total landslide. Zeth is really starting to stack up the rounds here, and he looked incredibly sharp, taking the fight from the ramp. He's simply untouchable right now, claiming another victory from the ramp to move ahead 3-1. Lancer had such a hot streak coming into this one. Lancer manages to clear him off the ramp to narrow this gap. Lancer is definitely keeping his momentum from that win over Omnic earlier. Lancer has clawed back to tie this series at 3. The favorite looks remarkably shaky after that collapse. Lancer shuts him down at the window, and that's a 3-round surge to take the lead. The lower rated player is simply outclassing him right now. He's just too fast, extending the streak to 4 in a row. Lancer keeps the pressure on, dropping Zeth off the ramp for a 5th straight victory. Lancer stays an absolute menace, securing another victory from the planks to reach 6 straight. This looks far more one-sided than their previous encounter. Zeth wins the firefight on the ramp to finally break that run. Lancer had looked totally dominant in his previous games today. Lancer leads 7-5 going into the break, right? Everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. Lancer is just holding his ground well and staying steady in this duel. Zeth needs a spark here. Lancer has been an absolute force with a 4-match win streak leading into this game, and honestly he's capitalizing on that energy to dismantle Zeth's confidence. It's becoming a very tough mountain for Zeth to climb. Lancer is comfortably in the driver's seat at 9-5. The momentum shifted entirely after those close calls earlier in the game. Zeth manages to hold that ramp position, and he's starting to put some pressure back on Lancer. He's fighting to overturn that result from their last meeting. Lancer is just too sharp right now, picking Zeth right off that ramp with a lightning-fast reaction. His current form is just night and day compared to the rank gap. Zeth just shuts him down from the ramp, making this a real toss-up now. Lancer's high confidence after that blowout against Omnic is finally wavering. The exchange of rounds has slowed down, and Lancer is firmly in control of the pace now. Lancer was looking so comfortable, but Zeth is proving that those 3 points of difference are a very small margin. Lancer puts him away from the ramp to bring this match to the final round. The pressure must be immense for the higher seed in this spot. A clutch response from Zeth to stay alive in this series. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Zeth isn't backing down, swiftly wiping him off the ramp to push this game even closer. What a finish! Lancer secures the final blow and closes out the series. He really pushed the pace there, but just couldn't close out that final gap. Huge performance from the underdog. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off, with Zeth entering this one as the favorite. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle with a 34% career win rate, but he actually managed to take the most recent encounter between these two. Now the question is whether he can maintain that early pressure against a higher rated opponent. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a perfect start to this map. Finally, an answer from Zeth, refusing to let this game slide away early. The skill difference on the ladder makes this an expected adjustment. Omnic is just too quick on the draw, catching Zeth right as he stepped up onto the Tetris. Zeth is showing some real grit here, taking a perfectly clean round to chip away at that lead. The favorite is starting to find his feet in this series. Omnic is sitting on a decent run today despite a 13-22 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. This is definitely a tough mental spot for Zeth to navigate. Zeth shuts things down and takes control of the ramp to keep this lead from growing. His overall lead in their head-to-head history is definitely starting to show. Omnic is just cruising with a dominant 7-3 lead. Zeth's recent struggle against Lancer might be weighing on him. Omnic's holding a solid 7-4 grip on the game. He needs to dig deep, as he's dropped his last 3 matches. Omnic takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a total flip of the script. Given Zeth's higher rating, the underdog is completely running away with the first half here. Let's see if Zeth can pivot. Omnic is just relentless, pushing it to 9-4. The lower seed is really making a statement today. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he somehow comes out on top. He's simply not letting up after that scare. He's just untouchable right now, securing another quick finish to go up 11-4. He's just on fire, clearing the ramp to put himself one step away from victory. The momentum shift here is just staggering. Zeth finds a way to finally break the momentum with a lightning fast reaction. A necessary wake-up call for the match to stay alive. Zeth puts up a strong fight here, securing his second straight round. He is finally starting to play like the superior seed. Another effortless round for Zeth, keeping his streak alive even as the pressure peaks. The tide is finally turning in this fight. He just keeps rowing, clearing Omnic right off the box to bring the score to 12-8. The experience gap is starting to surface at the critical stage. What a way to close it out! Omnic secures the final kill to take the series. He just couldn't find a way to close that gap after the early slump. Zeth will be feeling this one. Welcome to Redline. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off today, with Lancer heading into this match as the favorite. A fast start for Lancer, using the height of the ramp to secure that early lead. Omnic has struggled against him in their last few minutes. Lancer has put up a massive number of games across the league with over 8,000 matches played. That level of experience usually means he knows how to shut down these early game runs. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually push him to a deciding round. And just like that, Omnic forces a dead heat. Lancer usually controls the tempo in these head-to-heads. Lancer is really playing the long game here, making it very hard for Omnic to string together any momentum. Lancer is pulling away now, leading 4-2. His current form is genuinely frightening, putting up a 70% win rate recently. Omnic just takes control, punishing Lancer for hanging out on that ramp. He's fighting for a better head-to-head record than 23-32. Lancer has a high success rate on this map with a 48% win rate. It's a distinct advantage considering Omnic struggles to keep it above 30% here. He really seems to have the better read on the layout today. Lancer just couldn't hold his ground on that ramp, and Omnic is really putting the pressure on now. Both of these guys have been grinding since morning. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slim 6-5 advantage. His recent match history shows he's been dominating these pairings lately. We are all tied up at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, Omnic is playing way above his usual level here. Lancer expected to walk away with this one, but the underdog is refusing to go away. Switching sides, let's get back to it. Omnic clinches the lead, moving ahead 7-6. A completely different energy from his usual matchups with the favorite. Lancer claws back to make it a 7-all deadlock. He's certainly proving his higher ladder ranking right now. Omnic is just too quick today, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold that ramp. The rank 31 player is looking a bit shaky right now. Omnic is surging, now sitting comfortably at 9-7. Lancer has really struggled to keep his composure in these later rounds. Lancer answers back immediately, holding his own in a fierce battle for the high ground. It's definitely making those late game rallies much more stressful for Omnic. Omnic pushes further ahead, now leading 10-8. That's a lot of weight on his shoulders, considering he's rank 36 overall. Unbelievable, he barely walks away from that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. That's a tough spot for a guy who's gone 14-22 today. Holy cow, he just barely edges that out. He's back in the driver's seat with the scores level. He is just refusing to stay down in these gunfights. Lancer completely shuts him down on that ramp, keeping the roll going with a third straight. This looks like a repeat of their last meeting. He manages to claw back into this, bringing us right back to a deadlock. A real nail-biter as we approach the final stretch. Absolute chaos on the ramp, but he survives the onslaught to put himself one round away from victory. That was a nail-bitingly close exchange. What a finish! Omnic closes out the map with an untouchable performance to secure the victory. He's finally broken the streak. After so many losses in this rivalry, it's just great to see the underdog pull this off. What a fight! Welcome to the duel on orange. Zed and Lancer are ready to fight, and it looks like Zed is the favorite here. Zed holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 22 total wins. But Lancer is the one carrying a lot of momentum after taking their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if Zed can get back to that historical dominance early on. Lancer is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is definitely making the most of his day so far. Zed is definitely on the back foot here, looking for any way to break this momentum. Lancer is really making a statement for the underdog today. He's simply on fire, picking up another quick exchange to stretch the lead. It's a tough stretch for him, considering that recent loss to Omnic. Lancer is just relentless right now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The favorite is struggling to find a response today. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, picking up another fast one to build a serious cushion. Zed finally draws some blood, snapping the streak to get himself back in the game. Zed has a much lower win rate on this specific map than his opponent. So yeah, that really explains why he's struggling to find a foothold right now. He simply needs a few rounds to flip the script. Lancer is cruising along with a commanding 7-3 lead. Zed is really battling uphill, given that recent loss to Omnic. Lancer is just dominating this series at 8-3. He's just not playing like a rank 26 right now. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He's put a lot of pressure on Zed, and it looks like his comfort on this map is paying off. Time for Zed to fight back. What a scramble. He barely survives that shootout to keep his lead at 9-4. It's definitely a tough day at the office for the higher ranked man. Zed manages a rally to bring it to 5-9. He's fighting through a rough patch after those 3 straight losses. Lancer still comfortably in control at 9-6. He's definitely feeling the weight of that recent 13-8 defeat to Omnic. Lancer is really tightening his grip on the series here, shutting down Zed's brief attempt at a comeback. Lancer is simply too fast for him right now, quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback. A really stark contrast to how he's been playing today. Lancer keeps the heat on, just one more to close this out. It's a complete reversal of their typical head-to-head results. A clutch response from Zed to keep his hopes alive when the pressure was at its peak. Zed just can't let the series slip away, keeping the dream alive for another round. That was a surgically clean exchange to secure the round. Lancer closes it out with a clean finish to secure the victory. That's just a complete shift in the power dynamic for these two, regardless of how things usually go between them. Welcome to the match. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off on Mappas, where the favorite Zeth looks to dominate. Zeth usually has the upper hand in this matchup, leading their long-term rivalry with a 53% win rate, but the pressure is mounting since he's currently on a 5-game slide. He'll need to shake that off quickly if he wants to recover. Zeth is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing better than in that last 8-13 loss. We've got ourselves a dead heat. Both players are completely tied up right now. Still looking for the first bit of stability since his last couple of outings. Zeth holds a slim lead as we hit round 5. The higher rated player is starting to find his footing. Omnic just forced a stalemate at 3 apiece. Zeth is having a tough run lately, including that rough stretch of losses today. That's a really fast pace we're seeing. These rounds are ending almost instantly. And now we're perfectly level at 4-all. He's really putting up a fight against the higher rated side here. Omnic surges ahead to claim a 5-4 advantage. Zeth is really struggling to find his form today. Everything is completely up in the air now, with neither player able to build any real momentum. Unreal, Zeth survives on a single point of health to take a 6-5 lead. Zeth is starting to look like the favorite we expected. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's comfortably in the lead, which aligns with his higher rank in the standings. He just needs to keep this lead steady after the switch. Omnic has a mountain to climb here. Zeth has been significantly more consistent across the day, putting up a 22-13 record. I mean, he's really turning the tide now. If he can keep this momentum, he'll put this match away before the 20th round. Absolutely effortless. He's now tripled his winning streak to close out the round. A tough trade there, but he comes out on top to keep the score moving. He's certainly putting his higher rating to use today. Zeth is pulling away now with a 3-point gap. That's a remarkably fast exchange for the second straight round. He's completely shifted the tide, securing another flawless victory to bring the game back within reach. The momentum has completely flipped in the second half. He's continuing his hold on the lead, putting a lot of pressure on the opposition. Omnic refuses to go quietly, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. A real test of nerves for the man at the top of the bracket. Zeth bounces right back, putting himself in a position to end this match now. The gap in experience is showing in the closing stages. A sharp response from Omnic to keep the dream alive as Zeth moves to match point. A massive uphill battle for the underdog at this stage. What a finish! Zeth barely survives that brutal exchange to close out the series. He really fought through those near-death moments to get the job done. Omnic pushed him to the limit tonight. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Dunes, where the favorite looks to secure another win. Lancer holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history. He's won nearly 60% of their previous encounters. It'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim that control since Omnic actually took their most recent match. He's on fire! That's a completely clean sweep for the first 3 rounds. Tough start for the higher rated man today. Absolutely oppressive pressure from the favorite, who just claimed another one. Simply a wall right now, he's just not letting up. Quite a turnaround after his recent clash with a higher rated player. Lancer finally answers back, getting the first point on the board. He definitely looks more comfortable overall across his recent games today. Omnic is really punishing the struggle Lancer is having today, especially since the higher rated man has been in a great run of form lately. The gap in their recent win rates is a huge contrast to the current scoreline. It's a complete role reversal. Omnic is just running away with this 7-2 lead. Lancer is definitely fighting back, but he's still got a significant mountain to climb here. His overall experience is definitely showing in those close exchanges. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, utilizing that height advantage to tighten his grip on this match. His overall experience in those high-pressure moments is starting to show. We head into the break with Omnic leading 8-4. I mean, he is absolutely shocking the system right now. He was the underdog going in, but Lancer just can't find any answers for him. Lancer needs to wake up now. Omnic is just dominant, pushing ahead to 9-4. That was an incredibly fast exchange to end the round. Lancer manages to pick him off that high perch, keeping himself in the hunt. Lancer narrows the gap to 9-6, still chasing him. Lancer is definitely playing like a veteran of this particular map. He's completely shifted the energy of this game, taking down another one without taking any damage. Omnic recovers quickly to stop the slide, extending his advantage to a 3-round lead. What a scramble! He barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep the pressure on Omnic. Lancer is really chewing through his health pool today. Lancer just shuts him down from that box, continuing a tenacious push to close the gap. He's quickly erasing that gap as we enter the final stretch. Omnic just tightened his grip on this match by shutting down that momentum shift from Lancer. His overall recent form has been way more consistent today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brawl to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer stays strong, outplaying him from the box to keep this series alive. The higher seeded man is definitely showing his class in the clutch. What a finish! Omnic closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really refused to go away and just outlasted him in those final moments. Truly a gutsy performance to pull this off. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we've got Zeph and Lancer facing off today in the arena for a great 1v1 duel. Zeph enters this match with a strong historical edge, holding a career lead of 22-16 over Lancer. It's an interesting dynamic, since the betting favorites often struggle in this specific rivalry. Now we'll see if Lancer can shake off that early loss and fight back. Lancer has jumped ahead, putting Zeth on the defensive. Lancer has played plenty of rounds today, but he's finally looking sharp. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, taking full control of the early game. His current form is reflecting that recent 70% run. Zeth answers back with a quick burst to keep things close. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of his recent loss to Omnic. Lancer shows zero hesitation there, picking Zeth right off the ramp to extend that lead. Lancer's proving he can handle the pressure today. Lancer just isn't letting up, cutting right through Zeth while he was up on the Tetris. The higher rated player is really struggling to find his footing here. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but Lancer manages to scrap through for another win. The odds clearly didn't see this coming. Zeth manages to shut that momentum down with a perfectly placed burst. He's looking more comfortable after that earlier victory against Omnic. He's refusing to go down quietly, putting together another win to chip away at that deficit. The momentum is shifting back to the favored side. Unbelievable. He claws his way back from the brink of death to secure another one. That's an incredibly narrow escape for the favorite. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's holding the advantage exactly as we expected based on his map stats. Both players have traded strengths so far, making this a very close race. Zeth has put up a strong 22-13 record over the last day, and honestly, it's clear that his overall confidence is high despite this specific struggle. Lancer's current win streak is really testing that resolve. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Zeth somehow manages to survive the carnage and secure the point. The lower rated competitor is definitely fighting back now. Lancer still holds a slim 3-round cushion. A really clean look at that shot to take control back. Lancer is just cruising with a comfortable 10-6 lead. Tough break for the higher ranked man here. He's just too strong right now, putting together 3 straight to really distance himself in this map. He's clearly shifted the dynamic from their last clash today. He gets the upper hand in a quick exchange to keep things hopeful. He is keeping his composure despite being the one trailing here. Lancer secures this point from the boost, and he is now just one step away from the victory. A clean finish to keep the lead firmly in his hands. Zeph just delivers a huge answer from the ramp to delay the inevitable. He's certainly fighting to live up to that top tier ranking. He's found his rhythm again, securing back-to-back points to keep the game alive. His level of play is starting to reflect that top 5 spot. He's simply not letting up, pushing a massive surge of momentum to bring this within striking distance. He is simply on fire, securing another victory to keep this dream comeback alive. Lancer is definitely starting to feel the weight of this comeback. Absolutely wild, Zeth just leveled the series with an untouchable finish from the boost. total collapse from the former lead here. Lancer steps up when it counts, shutting down the comeback attempt to secure a lead. Looking like a mirror image of their previous clash on Orange. Lancer is really capitalizing on these moments, quickly turning the tide back in his favor. He's really proving he can maintain this peak level throughout the day. Zeth is showing incredible grit, putting on a display of raw skill to close the gap further. Lancer has to dig deep now to close this out. That was a tense sequence, but he keeps his cool to secure a huge advantage. Zeth is really fighting the uphill battle now. What a scrap! He survives a brutal trade to keep himself in this series. He simply cannot let his foot off the gas now. What a final shot! Lancer closes the curtain on this series with a flawless finish. He really clawed it back from that deep hole. Zeth threw everything at him, but he just wouldn't break. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history with over 300 wins against Omnic. He's clearly the favorite on paper, but he'll need to shake off a shaky start to the day. Let's see if he can stabilize. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding lead to start the game. He's really fighting a tough uphill battle today. Simply cruel. This is a total shutdown as he takes a huge 4-0 lead. We're seeing a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. Another perfect execution, moving the score to a staggering 5-0. Zeth is usually the one dictating the pace in these matchups. Absolutely terrifying speed on that shot. The lead extends to 6. He's just not letting up, taking 7 straight to completely freeze out his opponent. The onslaught just keeps coming and he's now a full 8 rounds clear. This is an unbelievable shift for the lower ranked player. Zeth finally draws blood with a crisp shot to get his first round on the board. Omnic has looked really strong today, but his 34% all-time win rate tells us that consistency is usually his biggest struggle. It's a high-risk style that can lead to these huge leads, though Zeth is now starting to push back. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a closer fight, but Zeth is just getting outplayed right now. It will be a tough climb back from this hole. Time to switch things up. Omnic maintains the pressure, pushing his lead to 10. His ranking doesn't seem to matter in this particular series. Omnic is just dominating here, holding a white 10-4 lead. Zeth has found some momentum here, putting a dent in that lead with 2 quick rounds in a row. He is on fire right now, picking up another quick victory to keep this run alive. He's simply not missing, taking control of the map with another effortless kill. A tenacious effort to keep this rally going as he continues his tear through the match. He just won't stop. A fierce exchange of fire ends with Zeth securing another round. Unbelievable, he has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead even score. Omnic answers back from the wine, reclaiming the lead. A lightning fast shot to bring this set completely level. This is exactly the kind of fight we expected from a top seed. He's just too quick. Zeth secures a huge lead and is now just 1 round away from closing this out. What a finish! He completes a legendary climb to close out the series! Talk about a roller coaster of a game. Omnic really looked like he had the momentum after that massive run, but Zeth just refused to fold, he had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic taking on Lancer today on orange, with the favorite looking to secure a strong win. Lancer holds a significant lead in their history, having won 32 of their previous encounters together. It's a strong record that gives him a clear psychological advantage right now. We'll see if Omnic can put that head-to-head gap behind him. Lancer is pushing hard with a 2-1 lead. He's looking to bounce back after a tough loss to Zeth. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in a flash. He's really struggling to find some consistency right now. What a slugfest. Both players were bleeding out, but Lancer just barely managed to scrape through that exchange. He's looking a bit more refreshed after that recent victory against Zeth. Lancer keeps the pressure high, extending his lead to 4-2. The higher seed is really asserting himself here. Lancer is on fire, walking away from another exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's currently sitting in the top third of our rating list. Omnic keeps his cool in that exchange and shows he's not going to go down easily. He needed a moment to shake off the pressure of that streak. He's really digging in, picking up another round to keep this comeback alive. Lancer's early dominance is starting to evaporate. Unbelievable. We are all square now as the momentum completely shifts into his favor. He is just unstoppable right now, racking up another point to take the lead. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. We're all tied up at 6-6 going into the switch. I mean, this is a complete toss-up despite Lancer being the projected winner. Omnic is playing exactly like an underdog who knows he can win tonight. Let's see who shakes it off. Lancer regains a slim edge, leading it 7-6. Having an all-time win rate of 46% certainly helps the confidence. Lancer is showing some serious consistency, especially considering he's outplayed Omnic in 4 of their 5 most recent meetings. So yeah, that historical edge seems to be weighing heavily on the match right now. He's really taking control. Lancer is simply too strong right now, picking up his 3rd straight victory. His ranking should give him a bit of a cushion here. Lancer is completely in control, walking away from that encounter without taking any damage. He manages to hold that momentum with a sharp response. He is really battling through a rough set of results today. He's showing an incredible will to win, continuing this charge back into the game. Just sheer precision from his side of the server. Total control from the challenger as he extends his run to 3 straight. This is a nightmare scenario for the higher seed. A fast reaction from the top seed to reclaim a bit of ground. He's showing the trademark poise he had in his previous clash with Zeth. What a scramble! Lancer holds on with a tiny sliver of health to push himself to a 12-9 lead. Lancer really clung to life in that one. Absolute brilliance to close it out. Lancer secures the victory and finishes the series. He really knew how to close out the late game, proving why he's the more experienced hand on this map. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zed and Lancer facing off right now on red line to see who wins. Lancer starts things off strong, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp to secure the opening round. Lancer is just seeing Zed first right now. He looks incredibly sharp early on. He really knows how to get the better of the favorite today. What a fight! Zed barely manages to edge that one out in a brutal slugfest. That head-to-head record looks promising for Zed. Unreal, he manages to secure the kill from the ramp despite almost running out of health. He's really capitalizing on that head-to-head advantage today. Absolutely effortless. He's taking full control of this match now. Lancer might be struggling to shake off that loss from earlier today. Absolute perfection as he extends his streak to 4. He's definitely putting that historical head-to-head late to good use. Lancer shuts him down right off that ramp to keep things close. Zed's status as the clear favorite is being tested here. A total stalemate on the ramp there, but Lancer is the one who walks away with the result. He's definitely riding some massive momentum from that earlier series win. He's just too fast right now, securing a third straight victory to take a narrow lead. Lancer is totally on fire, knocking Zed off the ramp to reach 4 straight wins. It's almost a mirror image of their last clash together. Lancer is simply outclassing him, picking off Zed from the ramp to reach 5 straight wins. A huge shift in confidence for Zed after that early momentum. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. He's playing exactly how we expected him to. He's comfortably in control right now as the favorite. Time for a complete reset. Zed has been having a productive day with 22 wins in the last 24 hours. It's a good sign that he's finally starting to put those numbers into a comeback attempt here. The question is whether he can actually close the gap before the match slips away. Zed pulls off another impressive sequence, clearing Lancer off the ramp to keep this push alive. Zed is firmly back in this now. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure now. Lancer still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. Lancer continues to play the spoiler today. What a nail-biter! Lancer narrowly escapes with his life after that chaotic trade from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on those narrow escapes today. Lancer still holds a comfortable 3-point lead here. Zed has certainly been more productive throughout the day. Lancer is really holding on to his lead, refusing to let Zed build any kind of momentum here. Lancer puts an end to the push by catching Zed on the ramp, bringing himself to match point. He's just too clean in these final moments. What a final sequence. Lancer seals the deal with an effortless shot to shut the door on this series. He simply outplayed the odds today, continuing a great run of form against a tougher opponent. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Zeth taking on Omnic in a matchup where the favorite looks to dominate. Omnic comes out swinging, catching Zeth completely off guard while he was holding the ramp. Zeth looks very comfortable here, quickly getting things back to a dead even start. He's looking more like the favorite right now. Zeth is really asserting himself early on, cleaning up from the ramp for another win. Both Omnic and Zeth are locked in a dead heat. That's a high pressure response after falling short in their previous duel. It's a complete stalemate on the ramp, but Zeth manages to outpeak him for the edge. We've got a total deadlock now with both at 3. Zeth has generally had a better look in their head-to-head history. Zeth pushes ahead by 1 in this tight contest. He's been having a tougher time today with that 12-23 record. Neither one of these guys is letting the other even blink before the round is over. The rating gap hasn't stopped the underdog from staying in this. Zeth holds a narrow lead as we head into round 9. He's really playing the role of the favorite right now. Zeth is really building some heat now, continuing his control from that ramp position. Zeth is definitely showing that higher seed advantage today. Omnic is still within striking distance at 5-6. Zeth certainly had the advantage in their meeting on Italy earlier today. We're sitting at a 6-6 tie heading into the switch, and honestly, Omnic is putting up a great fight. He's not letting that 100-point rating gap intimidate him one bit today. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on, taking control of the match with 3 quick wins in a row. Omnic is really turning the tide now with a 4-round streak. It's a huge shift considering his overall 34% win rate across his career. He's proving that he can outplay the favorite when the momentum swings in his favor. He's completely in control now, strolling away with another flawless round to make it 9-6. He's completely flipped the script on their overall head-to-head history. The momentum stays firmly with him, extending his lead to a comfortable 4-round cushion. A drastic shift in confidence from how he looked against Lancer earlier. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another effortless victory to keep this momentum surging. Absolutely lethal. He wins another duel from the ramp to put himself on match point. The gap in their ratings is feeling like a canyon right now. And there it is. Omnic shuts the door on this series with a final decisive strike. He really found his footing in that second half to completely turn this one around. Just a dominant way to close out the set. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic facing off against the favorite Lancer to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer has been the stronger player in their head-to-head history, and after coming off that 13-9 victory in their last meeting, the momentum seems to be staying right where it was. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to break that pattern. That was an absolute brawl, but Lancer manages to scrape through for a third straight. Lancer is definitely showing why he entered this as the favorite. He's completely taking over the server with a fourth straight win. The difference in their overall career experience is really starting to show. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic to get things back on track. He can definitely hold his own against the higher rank. Unreal. That was a desperate slugfest, but Lancer manages to barely edge out the win. Lancer is refusing to let this match get close. Lancer has a significantly higher win rate on this map, sitting at 46%, while Omnic is struggling at 31%, and that disparity in comfort really seems to be the deciding factor in the opening of this set. It will be tough for Omnic to claw back from here. Lancer is simply on another level right now, extending his streak to 4. He looks incredibly sharp following that recent 13-7 victory over Zeth. Lancer takes complete control from the boost, pushing his current streak to 5. He's comfortably maintaining that lead in their head-to-head history. Lancer is just completely in control, picking up another clean win to maintain a 6-round tier. His overall consistency really pops through his thousands of lifetime matches. Lancer goes into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead, and frankly, it's exactly how the experts saw this going. Omnic needs a serious wake-up call if he wants to avoid a quick finish here. Time to switch sides. Lancer is dominating the pace, sitting comfortably at 10-3. He's certainly fighting hard to avoid a total sweep here. Omnic claws back one, but Lancer still holds a hefty 10-4 lead. He's managing to disrupt the pace a bit here. Lancer shuts that door quickly, effectively ending the small run Omnic tried to put together. Lancer cleans up the fight from the boost, leaving him just one away from victory. A sheer lack of errors from the higher rated player today. And there it is. Lancer closes out the series with an incredibly sharp finish to secure the victory. He just looked too fast for anyone to keep up with today. A really clean run of things for the favorite. Welcome to Maypass. We have Zeth and Lancer stepping up for this 1v1 battle. Let's see who takes the win. Zeth holds a surprising lifelong advantage in this rivalry, winning 55% of their head-to-head meetings. But Lancer is the one who entered today in much stronger form. It'll be interesting to see if that recent momentum can overcome Zeth's historical dominance here. Lancer takes the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. The odds favored Zeth going in, but he's looking shaky. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, completing a flawless stroll to a 3-round lead. It's a repeat of their last clash, where the momentum swung this way. He's just not letting up, extending this streak to 4. He's definitely carrying that momentum from his 13-4 win over Omni. Zeth answers back, managing to pull Lancer right off that ramp. That's a huge confidence boost for him. Another fast reflex win for the underdog, who is putting up a real fight now. The pressure is shifting back toward the favorite. Lancer is currently on a tear with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches, and honestly, that confidence is starting to translate into this specific series. He's clearly in a different headspace than Zeth right now. It'll be a struggle for Zeth to claw back from here. Lancer still holds a 2-round edge as we hit 10. That's his second consecutive match win against this specific opponent today. A patient engagement here, and he eventually finds the mark to keep this recovery alive. The trade in momentum is becoming very real now. We're all square at 6-6. Honestly, the underdog is doing just fine here. Lancer had a big run early on, but Zeth tightened things up to make this a total toss-up going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer edges ahead by a single point after that play. Lancer has definitely got the upper hand in their recent encounters. A tense standoff that ended in a total shutout, and now we've got a dead heat. Neither player is giving an inch in this set. Zeth is showing some serious grit, claiming the lead and putting the pressure right back on his opponent. His higher standing on the ladder is starting to play a role here. And we are back to a tie, 8 apiece. Lancer is definitely in high gear today. He just picks him right off that ramp, showing some incredible grit to keep this comeback alive. A quick reflex play that really shifts the leverage back. That was a total shutdown, and he's now fully in control of the server. He is really making the most of that top 10 ladder placement. Zeth clinches the lead, moving to 10-9. He's showing why he's got a slightly higher rating overall. Lancer pulls it back, making it an absolute deadlock. Absolute chaos as this thing heads straight toward the photo finish. A prolonged exchange that finally ends in a perfect finish, giving him a 3-round streak. Zeth has been struggling against the elite tier of the field today. A superb reset for Zeth, shutting the door on the opponent and erasing that deficit entirely. That's a high impact response to get this game back on level ground. He's on a roll now, taking control as the match reaches a fever pitch. He's really starting to seize control here. What a way to force the extra period. We are heading into overtime. Lancer is really fighting to make today a complete sweep. absolutely nails the finish after taking an incredible amount of damage to secure a huge lead. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. Everything is coming down to the wire now. It's just a flat-out toss-up. Who will walk away from this? Neither player has a clear path to victory right now. What a desperate fight! Both players were completely shredded, but he digs deep to survive and take a narrow lead. He's managed to survive these high-tension exchanges flawlessly. Lancer was just too sharp from that ramp, and now he's got a fresh look at the win. He's desperately fighting to avoid a second straight loss today. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange with a handful of health left. The tension is through the roof as we head into a final stand. Lancer outlasts him in a chaotic brawl to close it all out. He really stepped up in those final moments to close the door. Zeph fought so hard to get this one back on level ground, but the momentum just didn't swing again. He'll be gutted. What a battle! Welcome everyone! We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on orange to see who comes out on top today. Zeth holds a strong 53% win rate in their head-to-head history, so it's only natural that he's the one taking control early on. Since Omnic is fighting from the bottom of the ladder, he really needs to find a way to shut this down quickly. Omnic has flipped the script to lead 2-1. He's really putting that earlier victory on fast aim to good use. He's absolutely taking over the match, securing a third straight round. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Zeth answers back immediately to cut that lead down to 1. The higher rated player is finally starting to show some teeth. And we are back to a deadlock at 3-all. Zeth is comfortably handling the pressure of his high seed right now. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that one to reclaim the lead. That was an incredibly tight finish. The lower seeded player is really fighting back. Omnic levels the playing field at 4 apiece. Zeth is definitely looking to shake off those tough losses from earlier. Zeth pulls ahead again with a 5-4 lead. His experience on this particular map is clearly paying off. Zeth is on fire, taking 3 straight to pull away from the competition. His recent matches have been tough, but he's really locking in here. A total shutdown. He's just completely dismantled his opponent to take 4 in a row. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break, and honestly, that's pretty much what we expected. He's using that historical advantage over Omnic to keep the momentum on his side right now. Time to swap sides. Omnic has had a rough day with a 12-23 record in the last 24 hours. It seems like those struggles are bleeding into this match as Zeth extends his lead. We have to wonder if Omnic can find any stability before the game slips away completely. That puts the pressure right back on Omnic as the veteran continues his hot run. He's completely in control of the server, taking a huge step toward a victory. The gap in their global rankings is really showing through now. He's simply too strong right now as Zeth reaches match point after an effortless trade. Looking at the screen is just a total landslide. Omnic manages to find his mark from the ramp to keep the game going. A huge blow to the momentum at the worst possible time. Omnic keeps the streak alive, refusing to let the match end just yet. He's playing with house money at this point. He can't be stopped. That's 3 straight for Omnic, who is simply refusing to go down. Zeth is starting to look genuinely rattled by this resurgence. And there it is. Zeth closes it out with a decisive shot to secure the victory. He really managed to hold his ground even with that late push from the other side. Zeth just looks much more comfortable here. Welcome to the Dunes, everyone. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off to see who comes out on top today. Lancer holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It makes sense why the pressure is on Omnic here, since he's trying to erase a history of losses against his opponent. Let's see if this early lead is enough to turn the tide. Omnic is really steaming ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really trying to shake off that rough 4-13 defeat from earlier. These two are completely deadlocked right now, but Lancer seems to have the edge in the faster exchanges. That's a solid start for the higher rated side. Omnic is really finding some success from that elevated spot to keep the pressure on. It's a huge confidence boost for the lower ranked player. A complete stalemate now, 3-3 for these two. His recent win rate suggests he's the more consistent fighter here. Unbelievable! Both players were nearly empty, but Omnic managed to claw through for the narrowest of victories. We are all square again at 4-4. Lancer definitely has more experience in these types of high-stakes duels. Omnic claims that high ground and grabs another round for himself. Lancer has been on a tear with a high win rate lately. Total parity as Omnic pulls it back to 5-5. He's showing why he sits 10 spots higher on the ladder. What a scramble! He nearly collapsed there, but managed to edge out the victory just before the switch. Just in time to secure a lead going into the half. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, we're seeing a massive shift here since the underdog is actually controlling the pace. He's fighting back against the guy who has won 58% of their lifetime meetings. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic has put together a 3-round streak to firmly take control. It's a complete reversal of his typical luck against Lancer, who usually seems to have his number. He's really leaning into this momentum right now. Lancer refuses to go away, shutting down that run to keep this incredibly tight. He's looking much more composed now after those tough early rounds. He is on fire now, leveling the score as this impressive surge continues. He's really starting to play like the favorite side here. What a chaotic exchange. He barely walked away from that disaster and now takes a narrow lead. Lancer has completely seized control of the map. The momentum is shifted completely as he secures his 5th straight victory. He is simply unstoppable right now, extending that run to 6 consecutive rounds. Lancer is just too strong right now, moving within a single round of victory. Purely a battle of nerves from here on out. Omnic finally breaks that streak, forcing Lancer to sweat for his final point. The underdog is showing plenty of grit to stay in this. He's refusing to let this match slip away, securing another quick point to stay alive. He's on an absolute tear right now, snagging another one from the box to stay in the game. And there it is, Lancer closes out the game with a clean shot from the box to secure the victory. Omnic put up a massive fight and nearly forced the game deeper, but he just couldn't seal the deal today. He really pushed his luck to the limit. Tough loss for him. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Zeth actually leads the head-to-head with 22 wins, but he's certainly not looking like the favorite right now. It's tough to ignore how dominant Lancer has been in his recent series, including that tight victory over Zeth just a short while ago. We'll see if Zeth can flip the script today. Lancer's really putting the pressure on with that 2-1 lead. Slightly higher ranked on the ladder, and it shows. Zeth managed to shut him down from the wine, which keeps this a dead heat. Both players are coming off a highly active day so far. Zeth takes a slight lead, pushing it to 3-2. He's just completely flipped the script on this match, claiming another round for himself. This puts the pressure back on the higher seeded player. A tough trade of damage there, but he claws it out to keep the momentum swinging his way. Simply untouchable right now, he has completely taken over the map. Lancer responds quickly to put a halt to that runaway lead. Lancer has been the much hotter player over his last 10 outings. Lancer is really showing some grit here, securing another win to keep his rally going. What a performance! Lancer is absolutely tearing through this match as he keeps his momentum surging. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, it's a huge shift from the pre-match script. He's fighting from behind in the rankings, but he's clearly the one controlling the pace of this series so far. Let's see if Lancer recovers here. Lancer is refusing to back down, showing plenty of heart to secure this opening round of the half. A clean way to start the second half and narrow the gap. That's a complete reversal of momentum, bringing the score level at 7 apiece. Lancer is completely on fire now, taking control of the series with a third consecutive win. Lancer is simply unstoppable, claiming his 4th straight to take the lead. The pre-match projection is completely out the window now. He's just in a different gear now, extending that run to 5 in a row. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer for him. He secures another one from the wine, extending his lead to 11-7. The early confidence Zeth had in the first half is long gone. Unbelievable. Zeth was a heartbeat away from falling, but he manages to scrap through with a tiny shred of health left. What a desperate fight. He barely clings to life after that chaotic exchange to put himself one round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Lancer finishes the series in style to take the win. He's completely shook the history books with that performance. It's just a massive swing in the rivalry for Lancer today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line today, where Zeth looks to maintain his advantage over Omnic. Zeth holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, leading this rivalry with 314 total wins. It's interesting to see that gap narrowing early on as Omnic fights back from their previous encounter. We'll see if that early momentum is enough to shift the trend. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. He's definitely continuing the trend from their last meeting. He just can't be stopped right now, putting a firm grip on the game with 3 straight. The favorite is firmly in control after starting slow. Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp and holds the line. He's trying to shake off a rough morning after that 11-24 run. Everything is back to a dead heat at 3-all. Unexpected momentum shift for a guy sitting at rank 36. Simply untouchable right now. He's completely taken over this match. It's a drastic change of pace from the result we saw on Orange. Another a clean shot, and he drops Zeth right off that ramp to push his lead to 5-3. The former favorite looks completely lost in this server. He's simply playing a different game right now, picking up another effortless round. He's simply in a different league right now, continuing this scary run of form. Zeth earns a fast kill from the ramp to get back in this. He's playing with way more confidence than his last few results suggest. Omnic goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, we expected Zeth to take control here, but he's looking completely rattled. That 6-round run from Omnic really flipped the script on this series. Fresh start for both players. Omnic is essentially playing against his own history right now, managing to keep things steady despite having a 34% career win rate. And honestly, it is quite a turnaround considering he entered this server after 3 straight losses. He is definitely proving that today is his day. Omnic is just running away with it at 10-5. He's starting to look like the higher rated player once again. Omnic manages to clear that ramp out yet again, putting a massive dent in Zeth's chances of a recovery. A complete reversal of the script compared to their match on Orange. Absolute precision here, leaving him with no answer and putting a huge amount of pressure on the final round. Zeth finds his footing and takes him down from the boxes to slow things down. He's desperate for a spark right now to avoid a total blowout. A huge outplay from Zeth to secure another round and keep this dream alive. He's definitely fighting back against that lower rank now. What a chaotic exchange, but Zeth emerges from the dust to keep his streak alive. He's starting to look more like the top-ranked player of this duo. A desperate battle of attrition, but he survives the exchange to keep this rally alive. The gap in their current form is closing fast. Zeth just can't be stopped, erasing his opponent from the ramp to keep this incredible rally going. Exactly what you expect to see when the higher rated player awakens. He's simply refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high with another perfect round. The momentum has completely swung back toward the favorite. What a way to close it out! Omnic shuts the door and claims the victory. He almost let that one slide after Zeth's incredible comeback, but he managed to dig deep and seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Lancer heads into this series holding a substantial 35-25 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's used that mental edge to dominate most of their recent encounters. We have to see if Omnic can actually reverse that trend today. He's just completely owning this opening, taking a commanding early lead. He just can't find an answer, picking him right off the ramp to make it a clean sweep so far. Unreal. He nearly went down, but somehow manages to claw out a victory despite that damage. A tough stretch for the higher rated man in this duel. What a chaotic exchange. Lancer manages to secure the win in a fight that almost went both ways. He's looking sharp, especially after that recent winning run. Lancer has been in incredible shape lately, taking 8 of his last 10 games. That high level of consistency is starting to show as he digs into this lead. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up. Lancer is on fire. He just locked in for a third straight round to chip away at the lead. The tide is turning quickly in this set. Omnic gets back into the driver's seat with a perfect exchange. That's a solid bounce back after his recent defeat on Dunes. He puts on a show from the ramp to keep this fight alive. He really stepped up the aggression to secure that one. Omnic has a comfortable 3-round cushion now. He's certainly not playing like a bottom 10 seed right now. We've got a 7-5 lead for Omnic going into the break. I mean, the ranking suggested a total rout, but the lower rated player is staring down a potential win right now. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure. Time to reset and refocus. Omnic is just cruising right now with that 8-5 lead. The higher rated man is starting to even things out. Omnic's just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-5. He's really turning the tables after that close loss earlier today. A brutal fight that saw both players bleeding, but he simply has too much momentum right now. Omnic is fighting through a tough 12-24 day to keep this run going. Goodness! He barely walks away from that encounter with a sliver of health left. Lancer is clearly drawing on that 80% recent win rate to hang in there. Omnic keeps climbing, now sitting at a 10-7 lead. Lancer is looking sharp, similar to his dominant form against Zeth earlier today. And that's 3 straight for Lancer, using that height on the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. His confidence is skyrocketing after that dominant showing against Zeth. What a nail-biter! Omnic barely survives that absolute slugfest to stop the momentum. Lancer really needs to find another gear after that strong finish against Zeth. A completely effortless win here, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's taking full advantage of his confidence right now. Lancer produces a crisp reflex play to keep himself in this game. The favorite is refusing to let this go quietly. Lancer is showing real grit here, clawing his way back into this series. He's finally cutting into that lead with a quick pair of rounds. Absolute perfection to close it out. Omnic wipes him off the ramp to secure the victory. He just refused to let this slide, finally evening the score in their head-to-head rivalry. Truly an incredible effort to shut things down. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Lancer are ready to face off on fast aim to see who wins today. Zeth comes out swinging, using that height advantage on the ramp to secure the opening round. Lancer has been fighting hard today with 22 wins already. Lancer quickly answers back and wipes Zeth right off that ramp to even things up. Lancer's higher ladder spot is giving him a bit more confidence here. Zeth leads this rivalry with 22 head-to-head wins over his opponent. It's interesting since he just came into this match having suffered 2 straight losses. I wonder if that specific history helps him stay calm under pressure. Zeth is simply on another level right now, cruising to a big lead. Lancer refuses to crumble, walking away from this exchange without taking any damage. A much cleaner trade for his side to get back into this. Zeth's looking dominant with a solid 5-2 advantage. He's really making the most of his current form. Lancer shows some grit here, securing another round to stay within striking distance. He's certainly not looking like an underdog in this series of exchanges. A fast duel from the ramp, and Lancer manages to secure a second straight victory. A really strong showing for the underdog in this mid-game stretch. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, bringing the series completely level with a perfect exchange. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Zeth gets the better of him on the ramp to reclaim a 1-round advantage. It's a battle of nerves for the player currently sitting at rank 31. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Well, the underdog is holding his ground perfectly here. Zeth is proving that his career head-to-head lead is no fluke, and we're heading into a very tense second half. Time to see who blinks first. He completely shuts him down from the ramp, proving he's still firmly in this fight. A really disciplined start to the second half from the underdog. Lancer wins another intense scramble from the ramp to maintain his lead. Lancer is playing like a man possessed right now. Lancer is simply refusing to let go, extending his run to 3 straight victories. The upper hand has completely shifted toward the underdog. Zeth denies the run by picking Lancer off the ramp, showing some real heart in this comeback effort. He's on a roll now, keeping the pressure up as he continues this impressive climb back into the series. Unbelievable! He has completely erased that deficit and we are back to a deadlock. What a fight! Zeth claws through the damage to secure a 4th straight round. Talk about a total turnaround from where we were 10 minutes ago. He's completely in control now, securing a 5th straight round to put himself in a great position. His status as the pre-match favorite is really starting to show. Unreal, Lancer survives an absolute war of attrition to shut Zeth down with just a sliver of health remaining. A huge stop to keep things tight here. A flawless execution to bring Zeth to the brink of victory. That was a remarkably quick finish to seal the advantage. Lancer keeps the dream alive by picking him off the ramp, showing serious resolve here. The pressure is mounting as the underdog fights to stay in it. Lancer closes the gap completely, forcing a sudden death tie and pushing this battle into overtime. Both players are playing out of their minds tonight. A clinical stop to shut down any chance of a comeback. Zeth is simply refusing to give an inch, strike him first to keep the deadlock alive. Zeth keeps his footing on the ramp to secure another round, continuing this gritty recovery. Lancer stands his ground and comes through for the tie, showing incredible toughness in this overtime stretch. A hard-fought exchange that really keeps the pressure high for both. He manages to pull ahead again, taking out Lancer from the ramp to reach match point. Just a split second was all it took to reclaim the edge. Absolutely breathless, Lancer clings to a single point of health to secure the tie. Absolute chaos in a duel that could have gone either way. Lancer holds the lead at 16-15, barely edging ahead. A total deadlock again. We're locked at 16 apiece. Zeth pushes ahead to 17-16 with a clutch play. He's really asserting his authority in this late game stretch. Zeth just widened the gap to 18-16. He's looking every bit like the favorite in this closeout stage. Lancer fights back to 17, trailing by just 1. Lancer keeps the pressure high by silencing that run. Lancer manages to snap that momentum right when it mattered. Zeth puts some breathing room between them at 19-17. He just manages to hold on through the chaos, proving that those early losses today didn't shake his confidence. What a fight. Welcome to the duel on Orange. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth currently holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history with 314 wins. but he's coming off a fresh defeat to Omnic in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can push back and reclaim that dominance. Omnic is building some serious early momentum at 2-1. We've got a dead heat here. Both of these guys are trading rounds back and forth. He's currently holding the higher spot on our rating ladder. Omnic barely edges ahead, taking a slim lead. He's really putting that recent victory over his opponent to use. Zeth claws back to tie things up at 3 apiece. A very balanced start for both players so far. Zeth is starting to pull away and looks very comfortable right now. His experience in this map pairing is really showing. We're all squared up again at 4 each. The lower rated player is proving he can hang in this set. Zeth takes control of the pace, leading 5-4. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to end the round. Zeth has a clear advantage on this map with a 37% win rate. It's a nice contrast to his overall numbers and he's really playing into his hands right now. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to break this rhythm. A huge blow for Omnic as he gets picked off from the ramp, leaving Zeth on a huge heater. A strong showing today for him after those earlier losses. Zeth enters the break with a 7-5 advantage. He's largely living up to his role as the slight favorite here. He's played the stronger half of the two, but Omnic is still very much in this fight. Omnic shows some real grit here, quickly turning things around to close the gap. We're seeing a very tight battle between these two today. Zeth just extended his cushion to an 8-6 lead. He's looking quite strong, coming off that 1917 victory against Lancer. Unreal. Both players were down to the wire, but he barely walks away from that brutal firefight. He's just continuing to fight through the danger zone. The momentum has shifted completely as Zeth continues his tear through these rounds. He manages to shut things down quickly and claw one back. Hard to forget that Omnic just took a set off him earlier today. Zeth is putting on a real clinic in the closing stages of this set. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence today. Zeth is just one round away from victory after that lightning-fast shutdown. His consistency tonight is really on another level. What a finale! Zeth comes out on top to seal the victory. He really made the most of that sub-second reaction time to pull away from the set. He looked purely in control. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off, with Lancer entering the match as the slight favorite. Lancer uses that high ground on the wine to get a quick lead early on. He definitely looks like the more seasoned player in this head-to-head. Omnic is really having a tough time getting his feet under him in these opening exchanges. Lancer really seems to have the edge in this specific rivalry. Lancer has won 57% of their previous encounters, which usually means he controls the pace of these series. It's a tough hill to climb for Omnic, but he did manage to take a set off him earlier today. We'll see if that confidence carries over here. Lancer holds a slim 3-2 lead right now. That was a blistering reaction time from him. Lancer is starting to put some real distance between himself and Omnic now. He's firmly in control of the server right now. Lancer keeps pulling ahead, now leading 4-3. He has really struggled to find consistency across his games today. Lancer is cruising along with a 2-round advantage. Looking at the rankings, Lancer's experience on the ladder is paying off. Lancer's overall win rate sits at 46% over a massive sample size. And it's showing right now in how he handles the pressure in these longer sets. He's just playing the numbers game perfectly here. Lancer manages to pick him off the wine, keeping that momentum rolling. Lancer is playing a lot like he did in that 13-8 win over Zeth. A swift reaction there, bringing the score to 4-7 as we head toward the break. Lancer heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, he's basically played exactly to his expectations. Omnic needs to tighten up his defense if he wants to close this gap after the switch. Time for a fresh start. Omnic fights back to bring it to 5-8. He's certainly playing with a lot more energy than he did against Zed. Lancer keeps the pressure up and secures another win from the wine. That's a stark contrast to how he looked in his loss to Zeth earlier. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with a win in a total slugfest. He's really digging deep to keep this series competitive. Unreal. He clutches out a brutal fight to stay in this, refusing to go away quietly. He's really found a way to survive these nail-biters. Lancer still has a commanding 3-round cushion. Lancer is putting his higher rank on full display here. He just keeps responding, putting up a fight as he narrows that gap to 2 rounds. He's proving he can handle the pace regardless of the rank gap. That's an incredibly sharp response to shut down the opposition and keep this rally alive. Lancer just clears him of the wine, and that puts him in a great spot to wrap this up. He's definitely putting that rank gap into perspective right now. What a response. He refuses to crumble and secures another round to keep this rally going. That's the first time he's seen a victory in a while. Good grief, what a scramble. Omnic manages to pick him off the wine, surviving with just a sliver of health to bring this series all the way back to a dead heat. A completely effortless finish there, putting Lancer just one more win away from victory. Pure poise from the higher seed as we hit the closing stretch. What a way to equalize. We are headed into overtime as the deficit completely vanishes. Both of these players are absolutely locked in. We've seen a total deadlock here in the final moments. A very composed display from the higher rated player. What a scramble! He somehow emerges from that meat grinder to tie the map up at 13-13. Total chaos as we head into the extra frames. He is simply refusing to yield, putting the pressure back on with a second straight victory. He's practically rewritten the script for this duel. It's a total coin flip now. Every single encounter in this overtime has basically gone back and forth. Lancer shuts that door tight, regaining his footing to stand on the precipice of victory. That second one was significantly faster. What a display of sheer grit. He completely shuts down that momentum to bring us level at 15-15. Lancer takes the lead, putting him up 16-15. And we're tied up at 16 apiece. Omnic surges ahead, claiming a narrow 17-16 advantage. The momentum has completely shifted in this overtime. Deadlocked again as we hit 17 apiece. A huge fight to stay even after a rough run today. Lancer claws back a tiny lead, now sitting at 18. Lancer really knows how to seize this specific moment. Unbelievable. Omnic forces a tie at 18 all. Things are completely wide open now. Hard to say who has the upper hand at this point. Omnic takes the lead, edging ahead 19-18. Omnic is pulling away now, leading 20-18. He has completely flipped the script on the favorite. Omnic is dominating now with a 3-round cushion. Lancer is looking completely lost compared to his usual form. Omnic is just untouchable now, extending that lead to 22-18. He really leaned into that underdog role and just kept fighting back. A massive statement victory for Omnic in what felt like a total war of attrition. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. Zeph and Lancer are ready to face off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Zeph holds a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history with a 23-20 record. He is definitely carrying that confidence into today after winning their most recent encounter as well. Lancer will need to shake things up quickly to avoid falling behind early. Both players traded heavy damage in a frantic scramble, but he comes out on top for the third straight. He just clears Lancer off the box to take an early 4-round lead. Zed is really putting his recent form on full display here. Lancer finally answers back by picking Zeth off the box. The higher ranked man finally puts his skill on the board. What a slugfest. Lancer claws back his second straight round to keep the pressure on. We are seeing a very different side of the underdog right now. Absolutely effortless. Lancer just keeps rolling, narrowing the gap with an incredibly fast response. Zeth gets a crisp return and manages to pick Lancer off the box. The lower seed is playing his part today. Zeth is really stacking up a lead here, claiming another one while playing the high ground. He's completely taking over the pace, securing another kill from the box. Exactly how the favorite should be starting a match. Lancer secures a clean get to keep things interesting heading into the break. A timely halt to those dominant vibes. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. He's putting on a really surprising performance despite Lancer's superior win rate on this map. It's a close fight, but Zeth is definitely playing above his rank right now. Lancer's turn to take control. Lancer secures the vantage point on the box to close the gap further. He's proving he can hold his own against the favorite today. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing this set all the way back to a dead heat. A total reset of the board as we move forward. He's simply too fast right now, taking a crushing lead as this momentum shift becomes a landslide. Lancer keeps the heat up with another perfect round to extend his lead. The momentum has completely flipped on its head. Zeth puts an end to that run with a quick strike from the box. A very sharp look from him right now. We're all square at 9 apiece after that trade. Lancer is certainly feeling the pressure after a tough run of results today. Unreal! Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to secure a narrow 10-9 lead. He really managed to pull that one back from the brink. Zeth answers right back to lock this at 10-all. Lancer is definitely looking to shake off a tough string of games. Zeth is really putting the squeeze on Lancer now, taking full control of this closing stretch. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, securing another win to move within one of victory. Pure chaos for the challenger trying to find a way back. Lancer refuses to go down quietly, fighting his way back to stay alive in this match. A massive display of grit to stay in this. He simply will not buckle, forcing a deadlock and pushing this battle into overtime. This is a whole new game for the underdog. Zeth is showing some surprising poise in these high-stakes moments. The higher ladder seed is fighting a losing battle right now. The pace is just blistering right now. Zeth is cleaning up these rounds in a fraction of a second. This looks just like that close 1917 fight they had earlier. Zeth is absolutely on fire right now, picking him off the box to bring the score to 15-12. A complete shutdown of those momentum shifting plays. Lancer manages to secure the target from below, extending his late game surge. That's a precise read to get back into the game. Absolute perfection to close it out. Zeth takes the victory in a stunning finish. He just keeps getting the better of him today. Regardless of the map, Lancer put up a hell of a fight in those extra rounds, but it wasn't enough. What a battle! Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeph facing off on Mappas, where the favorite Zeph looks strong today. Zeph holds a significant historical advantage, winning 53% of their encounters over a huge sample size. That dominance is really showing right now with how comfortably he opened this map. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake the momentum early. Zeth is pulling ahead, leading the series 2-1. Zeth has definitely enjoyed his run of form lately. Omnic has completely flipped the script, erasing Zeth's early advantage to even things up. He's completely taken over the game, securing another effortless victory to claim the lead. Absolutely unstoppable right now. He's just rolling through this side of the map. Zeth normally handles this matchup, but he's looking completely lost. Zeth manages to claw one back, cutting the deficit down to a single round. He's certainly playing a bit better than his 34th rank suggests. Omnic is currently fighting through a tough patch with a 13-22 record today. I mean, he's clearly fighting his current form to stay ahead in this specific series. It'll be a real test to see if he can maintain this lead. He's simply on another level right now, keeping the momentum high with his 3rd straight win. Looking way more confident than his spot on the ladder suggests. Zeph catches him out quickly to end the run before the players head to the break. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's completely defied the odds here. Zeph has the historical edge on Mappas, but he's failing to find any answers for Omnic's aggressive play right now. Let's see if Zeth finds a gear. Omnic extends his grip, pushing the tally to 8-5. Really surprising to see this result given his usual consistency against him. That was an effortless shot, and he's starting to put some serious pressure back on his opponent. He's definitely fighting back to reclaim that favorite status. Zeth is showing real grit here, refusing to let the gap widen. The pressure is mounting as we head deeper into this set. Unbelievable, he barely survives that encounter, clutching out a win with just a sliver of health left. Omnic strikes again to pull further ahead at 10-7. The gap in their ratings isn't showing at all in this sequence. Zeth secures a swift victory here, staying completely unscathed while continuing his climb back into the game. Omnic is putting a serious grip on this match now, really forcing Zeth to play catch-up. He is absolutely on fire right now, just one more step away from victory. What a way to close it out! Omnic finishes the job and secures the victory! He really defied all the history and the rankings to pull this one off. Zeth just couldn't close the door. Welcome to Red Line. Lancer enters as the favorite, but Omnic is looking to keep his momentum going today. Unbelievable. He barely survives a frantic trade to secure the opening lead from the ramp. Lancer is usually the one coming out on top in these matchups, holding a 35-27 overall lead. It's a worrying start for him though, especially since Omnic just beat him in their last meeting. If Lancer can't flip the script quickly, this could be a long afternoon. Lancer needs a huge response now, trailing 3-1. The underdog is looking very comfortable right now. The gap is widening quickly. Omnic is simply outreacting Lancer right now. He really seems to have the mental edge after their recent clash. A tough scramble for the lead, but Lancer manages to dig deep and get the result. The confidence is returning to the higher seeded player now. Both of them were fighting for the high ground there, but Omnic just came out on top. The lower ranked player is just dominating the early exchanges today. Omnic has struggled historically on this map with a 33% win rate, and honestly seeing him build a lead like this suggests he's finally cracked the code for this specific layout. He's completely ignoring the long-term numbers right now. Lancer finds his footing, securing the kill from the ramp to bring the score to 7-3. Lancer struggling to claw back, sitting firmly at 4-7. Lancer seems to be shaking off a tough start to the day. Omnic holds a surprising 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, Lancer was the heavy favorite here, but he's just not finding any answers for the underdog right now. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Omnic is running away with this, leading 9-4. It's a complete reversal of the typical dynamic between these two. Lancer is gasping for air, trailing 5-9. His experience in over 8,000 career bouts is showing. Omnic is putting an absolute stranglehold on this match, leaving Lancer with almost no room to breathe. Lancer has been enduring a tough run of form lately. Lancer managed to hold his ground from the ramp there, showing he can still trade blows with Omnic. He needs to find a way to snap those 3 recent losses. What a shot! Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to knock him off the ramp with almost no health left. Absolute insanity to walk away from that exchange with such a tiny sliver of life. Lancer keeps his cool and shuts down that ramp angle to keep this game within reach. Still trying to shake off that recent skid from his last few outings. Lancer is finally putting together a strong push, and he looks very sharp in these high ground battles. He is definitely feeling the pressure of those recent losses today. He is on fire right now, making this series a much closer contest. The momentum shift is staring him right in the face now. A flawless encounter for Omnic, and now he's just one step away from victory. Lancer looks completely out of his element in this series. Game over! Omnic puts a definitive end to the contest and secures the victory. He's really continuing this hot streak against a player who usually has his number. Lancer will be kicking himself for letting that one slide. Welcome everyone, Zeth and Lancer are stepping into the arena to see who comes out on top today. Zeth usually holds a fair bit of ground in this matchup with 24 total wins over his opponent. It's interesting because Lancer has struggled lately coming into this series. We'll see if he can actually maintain the momentum from that first round. Lancer's on a roll, pushing his lead to 2-1. Zeth had all the momentum after their last clash on Dunes. Lancer is starting to build some real distance here as he takes a comfortable 3-round lead. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of that earlier loss to Omnic. Incredible! Zeth manages to scrap his way to victory from the Tetris, barely surviving with a sliver of health. Lancer still holds the upper hand at 4-2. He's fighting a bit harder now after that rough stretch against Omnic. Lancer has a noticeable historical edge on this particular map with a 46% win rate. He's really using that familiarity to shut down Zeth right now. He needs to keep this pace if he wants to flip the script on their overall rivalry. What a fight. Both players were nearly out of health, but Lancer pulls through to take a commanding lead. The rankings show them almost dead even, but the gap here is massive. A completely untouchable performance here? He's now claimed 4 in a row. The tide has completely turned from their last encounter on Dunes. Zeth finally finds a way to respond, taking a tidy round for himself. Lancer is certainly feeling the heat of his recent struggle. Lancer's safely in the driver's seat at 7-4. Zeth is starting to look much more cohesive in these exchanges. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage, and honestly, that's exactly how the analysts saw this opening half going. Zeth has struggled to keep up with the pace so far. Time to see if Zeth recovers. Lancer is just dominating, stretching it to 9-4. A difficult day for Zeth, following that tough loss to Omnic. Lancer is just cruising now, leading 10-4. Hard to see where the favorite's confidence went. Lancer barely comes out alive after a frantic trade, shaking Zeth off the box to regain control. That's a harsh reality check for the supposed favorite. Zeth answers back with a quick exchange to keep things moving. He's got a strong overall head-to-head record in this rivalry. Zeth is putting up a fight, but he's still got a significant climb ahead of him if he wants to close this gap. These two are practically mirrored on the ladder right now. What a scrap! Lancer barely holds on with a sliver of health and earns match point. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he just barely survived it. Game over! Lancer shuts the door with a perfect final play to secure the series. He really shook off that losing streak with this one. Lancer looks like a completely different player moving forward from here. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off on orange, with Zeth entering as the favorite. Zeth has historically controlled this matchup with over 300 wins, and seeing him get the early lead today just adds to that historical advantage. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to put a stop to that trend. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. That confidence looks high after his recent 13-8 result against Zeth. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely taken over this match. The higher ranked player is looking completely lost here. A wild exchange of fire, but Zeth manages to scrap his way through to keep this close. He's historically a stronger presence in these matchups. Unreal. Omnic barely survives a brutal firefight to keep the pressure on. The 31 ranked player is starting to feel the heat here. Omnic is really defying the odds with his recent 60% win rate over the last 10 games. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into this series. Now the question is if Zeth can actually find some stability before the gap becomes insurmountable. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 6-3. The lower rated player is just refusing to let up. Zeth is looking really shaky right now. He just can't seem to find an answer for the way Omnic is playing. He's just completely in control of the tempo right now. Another one for Omnic, putting him up 7-4. He's looking for a way to capitalize on that historical dominance. Omnic takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely ignoring the map history right now. Zeth just looks shell-shocked by that recent 3-round run and needs to wake up fast. Zeth needs to find some answers. Omnic is just coasting now, leading 9-4. The gap between their rankings isn't showing up in the gameplay. Omnic is just unstoppable, now sitting at a 10-4 lead. Absolute domination after taking that 13-8 result earlier today. A desperate scramble for survival, but Omnic outlasts him to extend his streak to 3. He is playing the role of the aggressor tonight. Zeth finally claws back around after that brutal stretch. It's a glimpse of that typical dominance he's shown in this rivalry. A pristine finish that puts him on the edge of victory. The odds for this match are looking completely flipped right now. A quick reaction from Zeth to keep this contest alive. He is fighting to live up to his seed in this series. What a way to close it out. Omnic secures the victory with total authority. Just a complete blowout here. Zeth had all the experience on his side, but he just couldn't hold the line. Welcome to the league. Omnic and Lancer are facing off on fast aim, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Both players fought for height, but Omnic was just a hair faster to react on the ramp. Lancer holds a clear lead in their long-term head-to-head, taking over half of their previous encounters. It's definitely a bit more competitive today though, and Omnic actually walked away with their most recent duel. Omnic is really heating up, leading 2-1. Lancer is certainly feeling the pressure now. And just like that, Lancer claws back to a deadlock. Lancer's slight advantage in the rating gap is starting to show. Omnic is putting on quite a show, really challenging that favorite status Lancer usually carries. His recent form has been on a tear today. Omnic is pulling far ahead with a 4-2 cushion. He's certainly carrying a lot of confidence from that recent 13-9 win. That's a ruthless display, taking a third straight to really put a grip on this set. Lancer answers back with a crisp headshot, refusing to let the game slip away. He needs to string a few more of those together to close the gap. Lancer is refusing to go quiet, securing a clean kill from the ramp. Lancer is definitely proving that rating gap isn't a huge factor here. Unbelievable. Lancer wipes the board clean, picking Omnic off the ramp to even this series up. He's playing with so much more poise than in his earlier sets. Lancer's hot streak continues with another flawless sequence, completely taking control of this match. We're all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break, and honestly, Omnic looks way more comfortable today than he usually does against Lancer. We're seeing a very close battle instead of a one-sided affair. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer keeps the momentum moving, firmly digging in his heels to seize the lead. Lancer is quickly flipping the script after that narrow loss. Lancer manages a huge play from the ramp, extending the lead to 8. This is exactly how the pre-match predictions envisioned the series going. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless point to widen the gap. It's looking more and more like the expected outcome for this pair. Omnic is showing some serious grit, shutting down that runaway lead with a perfect exchange. Lancer is still the one to beat for the title. He's refusing to back down, picking his opponent right off the planks to keep the pressure climbing. A very fast recovery here to get back within striking distance. Lancer stays strong from the ramp to further distance himself in this set. The gap in their skill ceilings is starting to widen. Omnic is proving remarkably stubborn, walking away from that encounter completely unscathed. Lancer is just refusing to cave, securing a tidy point to bring the gap to 2. He's playing with the confidence of a guy who loves being the favorite. Lancer just needs one more, and he's showing incredible heart to push this close to the finish. Lancer's precision from that angle was simply flawless. What a finish! Lancer storms back to close the deal and secure a huge victory. He really just tightened the screws when it mattered most to take home the win. Tough break for Omnic after such a strong start. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Zeth and Lancer stepping up for this match to see who comes out on top. Lancer is sitting on a nice streak right now, especially after taking their last meeting by a wide margin. It makes sense given how he's been playing in his other matches today. He'll be looking to keep this momentum going as Zeth tries to push back. Lancer takes a commanding lead, holding a 2-1 edge. He's coming in strong after that convincing victory in their last head-to-head. Zeth needs to figure something out quickly, or this is going to be a very short series. Lancer is definitely playing his way into that favorite role today. Lancer is just one step ahead of Zeth now. He is certainly fighting through those tough recent results. Zeth is really starting to flip the script here, quickly leveling things up after that dominant start from Lancer. Unbelievable. Lancer somehow manages to outlast him after a chaotic trade, taking Zeth down from the Tetris. And just like that, we've got a deadlock at 4-4. The total head-to-head numbers actually favor Zeth in this rivalry. Lancer edges ahead again, moving to a 5-4 lead. Lancer's rank 28 stand-in seems to be playing out right now. This series is becoming a real toss-up, with neither one able to put a real grip on the map. This is definitely not the easy series some expected for Zeth. That was incredibly fast. Zeth just blew right through him while he was perched on the box. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Honestly, the underdog is putting on a serious show here. Lancer usually owns this map, but he just can't stop Zeth from taking control of the pace. Time to see if Zeth holds it. Zeth has put together an impressive run to claim a 3-round lead, and it's a complete reversal of his recent luck after coming into this series on a 3-game losing streak. He's completely flipped the momentum in his favor. Zeth is dominating now with a 9-6 cushion. Really turning the tide after those rough losses earlier today. Zeth is just refusing to let go, putting on a clinic from the top of that box. He just keeps on rolling, picking Lancer right off the box to extend his lead. He's really rewriting the story from their last meeting today. Lancer finally answers back to slow down the momentum. He is definitely playing to his historical advantage on this terrain. Lancer is really starting to close the gap after putting Zeth right off that box. Lancer is looking really sharp with these rapid fire rounds. A tight exchange there, but Zeth comes out on top to reach match point. Just needed one crisp spray to regain total control. Lancer managed to keep his composure and secure this one, delaying the inevitable. A quick reset to keep the pressure high. Zeth secures the finale with a hard-fought win to close out the match. He's really putting those previous losses behind him and finally finding his footings. Just a clean sweep for the winner here. Welcome everyone! We have Omnic and Zeth facing off on Italy today. Zeth enters as the favorite in this matchup. What a fight! Zeth barely escapes that exchange with his life to take the lead. Zeth has a clear historical advantage here, winning over half of their past encounters, and honestly, it's that raw experience that usually gives him the edge. We'll see if Omnic can use this early momentum to flip the script today. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. Zeth's slight edge on the ladder isn't showing yet. Zeth is looking really sharp right now, utilizing that height advantage from the wine boxes to pull ahead. Things are officially wide open with both players at 3. Omnic claws back into the lead, making it 4-3. Zeth is reacting instantly right now. These high-speed exchanges are starting to favor him. Omnic holds a tight lead at 5-4. He's certainly putting on a clinic after that 13-6 victory earlier today. Zeth answers back, leaving us completely deadlocked at 5. The pacing of this set is just wild, with these two swapping rounds back and forth for a while now. We're heading into the break all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Zeth was supposed to have a big advantage in this pair, but Omnic is matching him shot for shot today. New sides, total reset. Zeth pulls ahead by a single round now. A tough afternoon overall for Omnic with 21 losses in the last day. The deadlock returns as Omnic levels things at 7. Zeth is just slightly favored in the ladder rankings. Omnic is really starting to pull away here, putting the pressure on Zeth to answer back. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another round to extend this run. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of those recent losses. Zeth puts a quick end to that run, keeping the game within reach. He's definitely fighting to overcome those recent losses today. Omnic has a win rate of 60% over his last 10 matches. It's a sharp contrast to the struggles he's faced in the overall standings recently. He's really playing above his rank right now, and it's keeping Zeth on the defensive. Omnic is really squeezing the life out of this series, putting Zeth in a precarious spot. He's putting the pressure on now, despite the lower ladder ranking. Zeth manages to clear the wine boxes and we are completely tied once again. Zeth has really shifted the momentum in his favor, putting himself just one step away from victory. Zeth is making this look effortless in these final stages. An absolute shutdown of a round, putting Omnic just one step from victory. A massive shift in confidence for the lower ranked player. Unbelievable. Omnic closes out the set with a lightning fast finish to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most and took down the higher seeded player in a total nail biter. What a way to close it out. Welcome to the arena. Omnic and Lancer are ready for a great match, though Lancer is looking strong today. Lancer has held a solid lead in their head-to-head history with 36 wins over Omnic. That historical edge usually translates into confidence during these high-pressure duels. We'll see if Lancer can turn that psychological lead into a quick victory today. Lancer is really making a habit of using that vertical advantage to shut things down. Lancer is proving to be the more reliable player today. Omnic has clawed back to tie things up. The lower seed is definitely refusing to back down. Omnic just surged ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's looking far sharper than his 33rd ladder rank suggests. These two are absolutely locked in right now. It's a dead heat going into the 7th. A clean response from the higher rated player. What a fight! He barely escapes that exchange with a scrap of health left. It's interesting how he's managed to stay consistent across such a huge sample of matches. Perfectly balanced at 4 apiece as we hit round 8. Lancer is having a tough run today with only 20 wins total. Both players were fighting for the high ground, but Omnic managed to win that battle of the boosts. Lancer has been a bit more productive today with 20 wins total. He is absolutely on fire right now, grabbing another win to keep the streak alive. He's really defying the odds after that last loss on fast aim. Lancer responds with a sharp play to close out the first half. That was an incredibly fast exchange to keep the score tight. We are deadlocked at 6-all. I mean, Omnic is playing way above his usual level right now. He's erasing that map disadvantage and pushing the top seed to the limit. Omnic takes the lead as we start round 13. Lancer has a massive experience advantage with 8,000 total bouts. Absolute chaos in this fight, but he manages to squeeze out a win by a hair. Coming off that tough loss to Zeth earlier, he's looking much more composed. Omnic is now just 1 point ahead of Lancer. A stronger response to keep the gap narrow. Lancer manages to pull this one off and just completely dismantles Omnic from below. He's certainly making the most of his extensive experience on this layout. Unreal, he somehow claws his way out of that firefight with a tiny bit of health left. Lancer just completely denies that high ground, shutting Omnic down effectively. He's fighting for a better finish than those 15 losses today. Omnic holds a slim 10-9 advantage heading into 19. He's showing much more consistency now compared to his overall career stats. Omnic is rolling right now, building some serious momentum to put this game in his control. He's really shaking off that loss from the fast aim map. That was a grueling battle, but he digs deep to secure a 3rd straight win and a chance to close this out. This is a complete reversal from how things started for the favorite. What a finish! Omnic slams the door shut on this series to claim the victory. Lancer had a lot of experience to lean on here, but he just couldn't put a stop to that late momentum. He really had to fight for every point. What a match! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Zeph and Lancer stepping up for this duel to see who comes out on top. What a fight! Lancer barely survives that trade, hanging on by a thread to take the first lead. Zeth holds a head-to-head advantage with 25 total wins over Lancer, and he's clearly showing he can handle this specific opponent. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge outweighs the map stats for the rest of the set. Lancer's on a roll, pushing ahead 2-1. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience after that tough loss to Omnic earlier. And just like that, Zeth levels the playing field. Lancer's a bit higher on the ladder, but it's not by much. Unbelievable. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to take a 3-2 lead. He's really capitalized on that recent confidence from their Dunes clash. Lancer reads him perfectly there, picking Zeth right off the ramp to claw his way back into it. It's a dead heat after a really erratic start. Zeth pulls ahead, now firmly gripping a 4-3 advantage. His recent form has been a bit more shaky than his rivals. Lancer fights back, bringing things perfectly level at 4-all. He's certainly looking to flip the script on that most recent series. Absolutely chaotic exchange there, with Zeth barely scraping through that encounter to take a slim lead. Really putting his rating to the test in this one. We're back to a complete deadlock, 5 apiece. He's played a significant amount of games on this surface. Lancer edges forward, securing a tight 6-5 lead. He's certainly fighting to reclaim that slight edge in the overall rankings. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. I mean, Zeth is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite here. He's leaning on that head-to-head confidence to keep this series completely open. Let's see who breaks first. Lancer regains control, sitting comfortably at 7 now. He's really leaning into that slight rating advantage right now. Zeth strikes back hard, and we are tied once more. Both of them have been fighting a lot of battles against Omnic today. Lancer makes a quick move on Zeth as he tries to hold the ramp, putting himself in a great spot here. He's definitely making the most of that higher seed right now. 10 stuff now, they're neck and neck at 8. It's practically a toss-up with their ratings so close. Zeth finally grabs the momentum, pushing the lead to 9-8. That's 2 in a row, putting a lot of pressure on the defense. Goodness, what a brawl! Lancer barely keeps his head above water in that exchange to bring the score level. Both of them are fighting through a really long day of matches. Lancer clinches a slim 10-9 advantage as we hit round 19. He's really proving to be the more consistent force throughout this session. Pure madness, Zeth forces a deadlock at 10 apiece. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Zeth has really found his footing here, putting himself in a strong position to close this out. A huge shift from that tough loss to Omnic earlier. What a grueling fight, but he just outlasted Lancer to put himself on match point. Zeth is just outclassing him right now. Absolutely incredible. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to seal the victory. He really managed to shake off those earlier losses and prove why he holds the lead in their overall history. He had to earn every single point today. What a match! Welcome everyone to Mappas. Omnic and Zeth are ready for action, though Zeth enters this one as the clear favorite. Omnic already has a win over Zeth in their most recent encounter. It's interesting because the overall head-to-head history is still heavily skewed in the other direction. We'll see if the current confidence level allows Omnic to push that lead further. He just cannot find an answer for that pace. Another flawless round for Omnic. A tough start for the higher rated man in this series. A huge response from Zeth, who just completely shut him down with an effortless shot. Omnic is just dominating, putting Zeth down 4-1. Still looking like a bit of a mismatch today. Omnic just stepped right up and cleared him off the boxes, really putting the pressure on here. He's completely ignoring that higher ranking for now. Omnic is showing some surprising consistency despite a general win rate of 34%. Well, it's a stark contrast to his usual career numbers, but it's proving he can compete with anyone right now. We just need to see if this confidence lasts through the half. Zeth uses that height advantage to secure a crucial point and slow things down. Zeth historically knows exactly how to handle the matchups here. Zeth is fighting a steep climb at 7-3. Zeth is certainly feeling the weight of his recent losses today. Omnic isn't letting him breathe, quickly picking him right off the ramp. He's definitely carrying that momentum from his earlier victory over Lancer. Omnic holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. Well, it's a shocker given. Zeth usually owns this particular map. He's gotta make some serious adjustments if he wants to steal this series back. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Omnic is simply cruising at 9-4 right now. A quick reset for the higher rated player. Omnic is just run away with a 10-4 lead. A stark reversal from their typical head-to-head outcomes. Omnic is simply refusing to let up here, pushing his advantage even further. A tough run for Zeth, who's usually far more reliable today. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but he just barely held on to take a huge lead. Just a hair of health left after that exchange. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Zeth claws one back after both players were nearly depleted. He had to dig deep for that specific kill. He's starting to push back now, keeping his composure to secure another round. It's becoming a real battle of nerves now. Zeth is on a tear now, securing his third straight victory to stave off the end. He's finally starting to look like the frontrunner in this pairing. He secures a fourth straight victory from the container, keeping his hopes alive. The higher rated man is finally showing his class. Unbelievable. Omnic shuts the door with a lightning fast finish to close out the series. He's making a huge statement today, taking the series for the second time in a row against an opponent who usually knows exactly how to stop him. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We have Omnic and Lancer facing off on red line, and the favorite looks to dominate today. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history. It's just a shame that the momentum is swinging the other way right now. This is a huge mental battle to see who can truly dictate the pace today. We're completely deadlocked as they head into round 3. He's looking to bounce back after those rough results in his last few matches. Lancer is quickly taking control here, effortlessly picking Omnic right off that ramp. Lancer is finally turning things around after a tough morning. Unbelievable! Omnic manages to claw back into the fight and barely survives that exchange to even the score. Lancer stays ahead by 1 as we hit round 5. It's a bit of a reversal from that previous 13-9 result they just shared. Omnic is playing some great counter-aggression, shutting Lancer down as he tried to push up that ramp. His current form has been a complete turnaround lately. Lancer keeps his slight edge at 4-3. Slightly different energy than their last meeting on the Blame map. Lancer has an all-time win rate of 46%. It's a solid foundation that gives him a huge amount of confidence right now. He's really starting to assert himself as the aggressor in this series. He just completely dismantles the defense on the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. That's a strong response after his tough run of losses earlier today. Total takeover. Lancer is simply too fast for him right now. It's certainly a different story than their last encounter today. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's just putting on a show as we approach the break. That's a huge swing in a short amount of time. Lancer takes a heavy 9-3 lead. Right, this is exactly what we wanted to see from the top seed. He's just outclassing Omnic right now, especially after that string of 6 straight wins. Omnic needs a total reset here. Lancer is practically walking through him now, just erasing Omnic while holding that ramp position. Lancer is really reclaiming his status as the favorite here. That was a razor-thin margin to secure the point. Lancer still holds a commanding 5-point lead. He's really mirroring that high win rate from his last 10 matches. Lancer keeps his composure here, making sure he doesn't let any hope creep back into this match. The ladder rankings show these two are almost dead even. Omnic is putting up a serious fight, refusing to let Lancer just close this thing out. Lancer is just 1 step away from the finish line after that clean victory. He's consistently punching above his weight today. Omnic keeps the dream alive with a blistering response to stall the finish. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with a frantic final trade to secure the series. He really showed why he's historically the better player in this matchup, proving too strong to handle on this map. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who comes out on top today. Zeth has a strong history here with 26 career wins over Lancer, and we've already seen him pick up a victory in their most recent encounter today. It'll be interesting to see if he can leverage that psychological advantage to keep Lancer off balance. Absolutely crushing it right now. He's simply too fast for his opponent. He's really taking full advantage of that 21-15 energy Lancer brought in today. Another total shutout. He's just too sharp right now. Lancer had a decent result against Omnic just before this. A complete whitewash as Zeth picks him right off that box. A tough start for the higher rated player. The perfection continues. 6 straight for Zeth, and he hasn't even broken a sweat. Really tough to believe we're seeing this given the map history. He is simply on another level today, moving to a 7-0 lead. Finally gets one on the board for Lancer. He's the slightly higher rated of the two. Wow. Zeth barely scrapes through that one while fighting from the box. He's really playing from behind on the global leaderboards. Lancer looks much more comfortable now, capitalizing on that high ground to secure the round. Lancer is putting on a real charge here, having completely shut down Zeth's attempt to control the vertical space. He's certainly not playing like an underdog right now. Zeth takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it looks like Lancer is really struggling to keep up with him. He's completely flipped the script on his expected role as the favorite here. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to claw back another round. The momentum is swinging hard in this direction now. He's staying aggressive and just completely outclassed the competition there. He's starting to look like the higher rated player on the server. He's just an absolute wall right now, securing his 3rd straight round with a perfect finish. Zeth answers back immediately to put a bit of breathing room back into this. Zeth catches him right as he tries to use that high ground, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. Zeth has definitely found a way to solve this particular matchup. He completely shuts down the comeback attempt with a lightning fast reaction. A quick response here as Lancer gets his sights on target instantly. He's showing incredible resolve right now, continuing his climb back into this match. The pressure is clearly mounting for the favorite in this series. Lancer just completely dismantles that strategy, picking him off the box to stay in the fight. The comeback is complete. He's locked in now, securing his 4th straight to level the game. Absolute dominance now as he puts himself 1 step away from victory. This version of him is simply far too consistent. Unbelievable. Lancer seals the deal with an incredible rally to store back and take the series. He just wouldn't let the pressure get to him, completely reversing the luck he's had against Zeth in the past. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic and Zeth face off today, with Zeth entering this match as the favorite. Zeth holds a significant advantage over the long term, winning 53% of their matches together. It's clear he's trying to lean into that dominance to recover from some shaky recent results. Now we see if he can close this out early. We're deadlocked at 1-all, things are heating up. He's certainly trying to flip the script from their usual matchups. Zeth is quickly regaining control of the map, shutting down Omnic's attempt to play from the boost. He's showing a bit more confidence after that rough loss to Lancer. A complete stalemate as Omnic levels things up at 2-2. Neither one has felt entirely comfortable today given their recent 16-19 records. Zeth just nudges ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. A very clean exchange a few seconds ago. Zeth is putting on the pressure now, utilizing that vertical advantage to build some serious momentum. That's another clean win for Zeth, who is now firmly in the driver's seat. Unreal! Zeth barely escapes with his life there, but he manages to extend his lead to 6-2. He's just barely scraping by with those health totals. He's simply untouchable right now, racking up 5 straight rounds to really seize control. Zeth secures the victory from the box, keeping his momentum strong as the win streak hits 6. Another flawless sequence for Zeth, who puts an absolute stranglehold on this match just before the halfway break. Zeth takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a fight here, but this has been a complete landslide. He really made the most of that 8-round run to break Omnic's spirit early. Omnic needs a massive wake-up call. What a scrap. Both players went all in on that exchange, but he barely holds on. Absolute nerves of steel to survive that one. Omnic has finally found a way to trade hits with him, showing he can still find an opening here. Omnic is starting to chip away at that lead, catching Zeth right as he stepped out onto the ramp. It's a tight race between these two on the ladder. Zeth snaps back immediately and stands just 1 round away from a victory. He's showing exactly why the odds were so skewed his way. Omnic denies the match point by picking him right off the ramp. Zeth has the skill advantage, but he's looking just a bit rattled. And that is it. Zeth shuts the door with a lightning-fast finish to take home the victory. He really proved that the head-to-head stats aren't just for show. Total control from start to finish. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Lancer facing off on fast aim, with Lancer entering as the favorite. Lancer has traditionally won the head-to-head, winning 56% of their previous encounters. It looks like that mental advantage is playing a role here as he carries the momentum from their last meeting. I'm curious if Omnic can find a way to break that pattern today. Omnic is definitely feeling the pressure now, taking a firm grip on the early part of this match. He secures another effortless point from the window, keeping the pressure high. He's really turning things around after that tough set against Seth. Unbelievable. He's just completely shut the door on the competition with a 4th consecutive point. The lower rated player is clearly refusing to back down. Lancer snaps the run with a rapid burst, showing some real grit to keep this contest alive. He needs to find another gear to close this gap. A rapid trade on the ramp sees him outduel his opponent to keep the deficit small. This is starting to look like a very tight contest. What a surge! He takes another from the ramp to pull things even. He's playing like the favorite now that he's back in control. Lancer completely takes over from the wine box, surging ahead with another point. He's completely erased the early lead in record time. Absolutely breathless. He barely manages to edge out the win, surviving on a sliver of health to keep this streak alive. Talk about a heartbeat, he barely walked away from that. Lancer is completely relentless, taking Omnic right off the ramp to extend this run to 6 straight. He's looking every bit the favorite as the map slips away from Omnic. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we thought this would go. Lancer is comfortably in the driver's seat after putting together a 7-round run to seize control. He stays completely untouched in this exchange, continuing a strong push toward the finish line. The gap in skill is really starting to show through. Omnic has historically struggled here with a 36% win rate on this map. It's really impressive to see him digging in despite that trend. He needs to keep this energy up if he wants to force a late game scramble. A brutal exchange of fire where Lancer outlasts him to keep the momentum shifting. Lancer is really leaning into that role of the favorite. Omnic pushes back here, picking Lancer right off the ramp to keep things interesting. Lancer needs to steady up if he wants to repeat that dominant red line result. What a scramble! Omnic claws out another win from the toolbox to keep this rally going. A surprisingly fast exchange for a 2nd straight round. Absolutely incredible. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, securing 3 straight wins to narrow this gap. Lancer shows great poise here, shutting down that momentum swing to regain the lead. The higher seeds usually step up when the finish line is this close. He's far too sharp right now, dropping Omnic off the wine box to put himself on match point. The gap in their raw ceilings is really showing through right now. He holds his ground from the window and takes a clean round to keep this fight alive. A critical halt to that momentum shift right when it mattered most. He is refusing to break, securing this one from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. That's a huge response under pressure to tighten the gap. Absolutely stunning. He keeps the surge going to force a tie, and we are heading straight to overtime. Lancer is simply refusing to buckle, shutting this out completely to take a 1-round advantage. He's certainly proving why he entered this duel with the higher seed. Lancer is simply too stubborn to fail now, ending the exchange without taking any damage. He's truly asserting himself as the top seed in this duel. Lancer manages to secure another one from the ramp, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. He's looking completely locked in during this final stretch. Omnic earns a huge point from the ramp, showing a lot of heart as he fights to stay in this game. He's showing the resilience we saw during his match against Zeth. Lancer is completely shaken from that sudden turnaround. Absolute madness! Lancer outmuscles him in a fierce brawl to close out the series. He really had to dig deep in those final moments to keep it together. This one was a total war from start to finish. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Zeth and Lancer are stepping onto Italy today to see who comes out on top. Zeth currently holds a 26-22 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's interesting because Lancer generally finds more success in these kinds of matchups. This early lead for Zeth could be the momentum shift he needs to flip the script today. What a scrap! Zeth survives a heavy firefight to keep this hot start alive. He's definitely capitalizing on a tough start for Lancer today. Absolutely relentless, he closes out a perfect start with a clean shutout. A worrying start for the higher ranked man in this match. Finally a response from Lancer, putting an end to that initial onslaught. Lancer is showing a lot of grit here, walking away completely unscathed in that trade. Lancer had a similar surge in his last win against Vortex. He's completely taken over now, slashing the lead down to a single round. Zeth is really fighting to keep his favorite status intact here. Zeth answers back quickly to keep that cushion at 5-3. Lancer has been on a real tear lately, winning 3 of his last few. Lancer just cleaned that up from the wine, refusing to let the lead slip away. Unbelievable. Zeth barely scraps through that firefight with a tiny sliver of health left. Absolute chaos on that exchange, barely a single point of health remaining. That was just a glimpse of the pressure he's applying as we head into the break. He's keeping the gap narrow as they head into the switch. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is definitely punching above his weight here. Lancer holds a much stronger win rate on this map, but he's struggling to shut Zeth down. Let's see if Lancer can claw back. Zeth is really fighting through a tough patch after going 15-19 over the last day. It's impressive because he's managing to outplay a player who's been on an absolute tear in his most recent matches. If Zeth keeps this rhythm, he could actually break Lancer's current win streak. What a fight! Lancer barely edges this one out after a brutal exchange. Lancer is certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Lancer secures another one from the wine, refusing to let this lead stretch further. He is simply refusing to let this match slip away, continuing his climb back into the game. He's simply on fire. Lancer secures a 4th straight to level the series at 9-9. Zeth puts an end to that run by picking him off from the wine. He's keeping his cool, looking to avenge that recent loss on Dunes. What a frantic exchange. Lancer manages to hold on through the carnage to bring this game all the way back to a dead heat. We are seeing a real tug of war now, with neither player able to string together a decisive series of rounds. Zeth shuts the door on least chance of a comeback, securing a vital win from the wine. Lancer just needs a spark to keep this close. Unreal, Zeth just shuts the door on the series to take the win. Lancer really threw everything he had at him in that second half, but it just wasn't quite enough. He's gonna be gutted after a series that felt like it could go either way. Tough break for him. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Omnic taking on the favorite Zeth in this high-stakes battle for a spot in the next round. A huge collision right there on the ramp, and Omnic manages to come out on top. Zeth has a strong historical grip on this matchup, leading the overall head-to-head count by quite a bit. It's clear he's leaning into that confidence since his last encounter with Omnic was a very one-sided affair. He looks completely comfortable in this series. Omnic is looking sharp up on that ramp, consistently winning these rapid-fire exchanges. That was a brutal exchange, but he holds his ground to make it 4 in a row. A complete reversal of what we'd expect from the ladder. He's not going down without a fight, securing the second straight for Zeth. Still a lot for the favorite to make up here. Omnic is just dominating with a 5-2 lead. He's really defying the odds against a higher rated opponent today. Zeth takes control from the ramp, proving he can hang with the leader. He's showing some real resilience to keep the score this close. Omnic has really stepped up his intensity, putting together a strong 15-20 record over the last day. It's an impressive shift in form, considering he entered this match as the underdog. If he can keep this pressure on, he might actually break Zeth's confidence. What a scrap! Zeth claws back another round from the Tetris, narrowly surviving with a sliver of health. Total chaos in that exchange, but he barely walked away. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this has been a real toss-up so far. Zeth had the historical advantage going into this, but Omnic is proving he can trade blows with the better ranked player. Fresh start for both of them. He's looking sharp after the swap, putting a clean stop to that charge. The Seed is finally asserting himself in this second half. A completely untouched kill for the favorite as he continues this strong pushback into the series. Zeth's now ahead by 1, pulling further into the lead. A swift answer to put some pressure back on him. Omnic manages to punish him for holding that high ground, and just like that, we are back to a dead heat. It is a tight battle given the rating difference between these two. He's simply refusing to let this game slip, continuing his climb back into the lead. A quick turnaround to reclaim that thin lead. Zeth manages to outlast him from the ramp, continuing his impressive rally. Absolute precision in that duel to keep the momentum swinging. Omnic secures the high ground this time, keeping things incredibly close as we head into the 20th round. He's fighting through some tough recent results in the ladder today. Omnic is on a roll right now, taking control of the map from that ramp position. The pressure is mounting on the Seed to find a way back. Zeth triumphs in another clash from the ramp, showing huge grit to keep this charge going. His raw skill is starting to shine through in these final moments. Omnic clears that ramp, and everything is back to a dead heat as we enter the final stretch. Neither man is given an inch as they fight for the lead. He lapped rid of that brief push, moving just 1 round away from victory. Zeth just can't seem to shake the pressure in these final moments. What a response! Zeth earns a flawless tie, forcing this grueling encounter into overtime. Absolute deadlock now as we enter the extra frames. Omnic puts on a strong show from the ramp to take a narrow lead. Both players are deeply entrenched in a grind today. Omnic is making a strong move here, putting a significant amount of pressure on Zed as we head deeper into this overtime. He stays aggressive and secures another for himself, refusing to let this match slip away. He just can't find a way to shut him down right now. A clean shot to keep that lead healthy. A perfect response from Seth, staying frosty and keeping his hopes alive in this series. Just a flash of that elite quality we expected from the seed. What a clutch effort. Zeth strikes from the ramp to put himself one victory away from the win. He is completely unfazed in these high tension frames. Omnic barely edges ahead again, taking a slim 16-15 lead. And now Zeth has leveled things up at 16 apiece. Omnic strikes again to grab a 17-16 advantage. He's certainly making up for that loss on Blame map. Omnic pulls ahead again, netting a 2-round cushion. Zed is fighting a losing battle against a surging opponent. Omnic is really pulling away now at 19-16. He just completely shook off that previous loss from earlier today. A massive statement victory to climb back into the series, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today for a fast match between Omnic and the current favorite, Lancer. Lancer really owns this rivalry with a lead of 9 wins in their head-to-head history. It's a mental edge that seems to carry over into today's server. We have to see if Omnic can actually break this cycle. He is simply too fast right now, securing a 3rd straight for an effortless lead. Lancer is just completely taking over this map, claiming a 4th straight. The ranking gap is small, but the current form is stark. This is becoming a landslide with his 5th consecutive round victory. It looks like a bit of a nightmare start for the number 34 seed. Unbelievable. He barely keeps his head above water, scraping by with just 2 hit points to finally get on the board. Omnic is bringing a very tough mindset into this set, especially after going 15-20 in his other matches today. It's clear that the struggle he's had across the board is making this comeback feel even more impressive. Now we have to see if he can actually push this into a real series. Lancer puts the pressure back on from the box to maintain his lead. He's keeping it tight, knowing how hard the other guy has been fighting. Lancer isn't letting him get comfortable, quickly shutting down that high ground attempt. He is definitely in a comfortable spot with that 4-round advantage. Lancer's firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. He's managing to hold his own against that higher ranking. Lancer takes the lead 8-4. This plays out exactly how we expected going in. Omnic has clawed back a few, but he still needs to find a way to close that gap on the switch. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Lancer stays dominant, pushing his lead to 9 rounds. He's been very consistent against this specific opponent across their last few sets. What a fight! He practically digs himself out of a grave to pull this one off. It is a tough spot for the 33rd seed here. Lancer quickly secures that angle from the box, and he is just a few steps away from wrapping this up. Lancer is cruising along with a 10-6 advantage. This is a much needed spark for the low-seeded player. Lancer is just a couple of steps away from a clean victory here. He looks completely unfazed, despite the pressure Omnic has applied. The tempo is picking up, and those quick exchanges are finally starting to favor Omnic. Omnic just completely blindsided him, tagging Lancer right off the box to keep this run alive. Lancer manages to shut him down in a gritty exchange, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The favorite is looking remarkably poised to close this out. He secures the advantage from the box to stall the momentum. He's really fighting to prove he belongs in the top 50. And that's it. Lancer closes the door on this match with a clinical exchange. He really had his number throughout the whole server, and that historical dominance just continues to grow. Welcome everyone to the arena. Zeth and Lancer are stepping up for this 1v1 with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Zeth holds a historical lead of 27-22 in their head-to-head meetings. It's clearly weighing on Lancer as he tries to shake off the memory of that loss in their last encounter. We'll see if the higher ranked player can get his footing now. Lancer's found his rhythm and now leads 2-1. He's really showing that higher rank early on. Lancer completely shuts him down from the heaven and keeps the momentum rolling. The higher seed is completely owning the pace here. Zeth answers right back with a clean burst to close the gap. Lancer has been incredibly active on the server today. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, taking a nice high position to equalize the score. Lancer holds his ground and manages to outplay Zeth from the Tetris. Coming off a busy 22-14 day on the server. Lancer is just too quick for him, shutting that down immediately, even with Zeth holding the height. He's putting that higher seed to good use. Lancer keeps a slim edge, clinging to a 5-4 lead. Slightly lower on the ladder, but he clearly knows how to play this matchup. Lancer is entering this match with a really strong 22-14 record over the last day. I mean, he's clearly in a better flow than Zeth right now. We have to see if he can keep this momentum going through the halfway mark. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. He's comfortably in the driver's seat, just as we expected from the favorite. He's looking sharp on the map, where he typically has the upper hand. Time to see Zeth react. Lancer is just dominating, extending his lead to 8-5. Lancer really seems to be in the driver's seat after that last Omnic win. Lancer is just playing flawlessly from the boost, making this look way too easy right now. Zeth is struggling to find the same impact he had against Omnic. That's another effortless round for the favorite, extending his grip on the match. It's a tough spot for him after the tight loss to Omnic. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but Zeth just barely managed to scrape through. Lancer manages to clear that spot and recovers his lead immediately. Zeth has struggled lately, winning only 40% of his last 10. They've been trading rounds back and forth now, keeping Lancer from pulling completely away with the lead. Lancer is fighting to keep his lead after a tough start into the day. And now Lancer puts himself just one round away from victory after quickly knocking Zeth off the box. What a finish. Lancer closes it out perfectly to secure the series victory. He's finally flipped the script on this matchup, making that whole head-to-head history look like a distant memory. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Omnic and Zeph stepping up for this duel, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Zeph gets a nice early lead by taking control of that ramp. He seems focused after that tough loss earlier today. Omnic is reacting quickly, taking Zeph down as he tried to play the ramp for an advantage. Omnic is quickly turning the tide here and has all the momentum right now. Just a few rounds ago, the lead was in the other direction. He wins the clash from the ramp, taking complete control of this map. Zeth really needs to shake off this slump. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to outlast the fight and keep his streak alive. He's showing the same confidence we saw during their previous clash today. Zeth gets his claws back into this series, refusing to let the leads slip further. The pre-match favorite is finally starting to wake up. What a response from Zeth, securing another flawless a few seconds into the fight. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange from the ramp to tie things up at 4-4. He's really digging deep to pull through these skirmishes. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving into the lead with another effortless win. His early struggle is completely gone now. A quick react from the ramp to bring the score level at 5-5. Both of these players have had a tough run against Lancer today. Zeth holds his ground from the ramp, proving his grit as we head toward the mid-match break. Just a clean, sharp finish to close out that exchange. Zeth holds a narrow 7-5 edge heading into the break. Well, he's delivering exactly what we expected from the favorite. We've seen a real back-and-forth battle so far, and Zeth's slight head-to-head edge is starting to show. Zeth just refuses to go away, shutting things down from the ramp to extend his lead. The gap in their rankings is becoming a real factor. That was effortless, and he continues to surge forward in this match. He's looking completely in control of this space right now. Omnic is fighting back from the ramp to keep this game within reach. Zeth is usually the one coming out on top in these matchups. Goodness, that was a total war of attrition, but Omnic manages to scrape through the chaos. Pure grit from the underdog to claw his way back into this. He puts an immediate stop to that run, asserting himself again from the ramp. Still looking like the much stronger side overall. Zeph keeps the pressure on, completely denying the comeback attempt to move into a commanding position. He's absolutely locked in right now, securing yet another win to reach a critical juncture. Absolutely staggering, Zeth closes the deal with a huge comeback to take the series. He just looked way too fast in those final exchanges, and that sub-second reaction time was just unfair. welcome to the stream. Omnic and Lancer are facing off on Mappas, with Lancer stepping in as the favorite here. Lancer holds a clear advantage in the overall head-to-head. It's a lead that has clearly carried over since they just went face-to-face in their last encounter. Lancer has the psychological edge right now. We'll see if Omnic can shake that off early. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another easy one to move ahead. He's been in great form across all his matches today. A huge momentum swing as Lancer secures the kill from the ramp to make it 4 straight. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their last series. Absolutely staggering. He's just completely shut down his opponent to take a huge lead. His superior rating is really starting to show here. Lancer is simply on another level, moving his score to 6-0 with an effortless victory. Finally, Omnic finds a way through to put a point on the board. A nice result for the lower-seeded player here. Omnic is currently sitting at 16-20 over the last 24 hours. It's a tough stretch for him, but these recent rounds show he can definitely hold his own against this caliber of opponent. Now the question is if he can keep this streak going to close the gap. Lancer is just dominating the scoreboard at 8-2. He's putting that higher rank into practice with some really clean play. Lancer can't seem to keep a lead together right now as Omnic continues to fight back. It's a battle against someone with far more historical experience. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's comfortably in the driver's seat just as we anticipated. That 6-round run really solidified his control over this map. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is chipping away, trailing by 3 now. A really crisp shot to keep this comeback rolling. He's really stepping up as the 34 ranked player right now. Lancer holds firm with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's showing why he has the higher win rate overall in this match. Lancer is really starting to pull away here, making it look far too easy. Omnic manages to hold that ramp position and fight back, keeping himself very much in the game. Lancer is really tightening his grip on this series, putting Omnic in a very tough spot. It's just another strong result in a very dominant head-to-head record. He manages to claw back for the kill, putting himself in a position to end it all. That was a cold response to try and stop the bleed. What a way to close it out! Lancer secures the victory with a perfect final shot from the ramp. He really knows exactly how to handle this specific map, and it showed in every single exchange. Welcome to the stream, everyone! Zed and Lancer are facing off on Orange today to see who comes out on top. Zed actually leads the all-time head-to-head with 27 wins over Lancer. But we have to remember Lancer just took their most recent encounter quite convincingly. It will be interesting to see if that recent confidence outweighs Zed's historical advantage. Goodness, what a fight! Zed claws back the lead, barely surviving that exchange with a sliver of health. Lancers in a real hole now, trailing 3-1. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure here. Lancer strikes back, narrowing the gap to 3-2. He's certainly riding some momentum from those recent wins today. Zed is really punishing Lancer's errors right now, quickly pulling away from this series. Despite the lead, he's the one with the lower rank tonight. Lancer has actually looked Suzuki strong in the league recently with a 23-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that overall momentum into this series, but it hasn't translated into his current gameplay. We'll have to see if he can actually flip the script before Zed gets too far ahead. A prolonged exchange here, but Lancer eventually finds the mark to stay in this. Historically, Lancer holds the upper hand on this particular map. Zed is just dominating this set, leading 7-3. The timing on that shot was incredibly clean. Absolute chaos in that one. Lancer manages to scramble through the fire and barely comes out alive. Zed takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of how we expected this match to start. Lancer just can't find an answer for the lower ranked player right now. Lancer needs a fresh start here. Zed is just running away with this, sitting at 9-4. It's a complete flip from how his most recent match went. Lancer keeps fighting, but Zed holds a strong 9-5 lead. His overall experience is definitely showing, given those thousands of matches played. Lancer has found a second win and is starting to chip away at that cushion. The favorite is definitely putting on the pressure right now. What a scramble. Neither player would go down, but he manages to secure the final hit while practically empty. He had to fight for every single pixel in that exchange. Zed keeps his grip with a 10-7 lead. We're seeing a high-ranked player finally start to put on a show. The resilience is real for Lancer, who just shut that door completely to bring the gap to 2. He's playing with a lot of grit right now. Zed is refusing to let Lancer build any kind of momentum here, answering back immediately after those losses. That's quite a result considering the historical map odds. That's another one for Zed, leaving him just a single step away from victory. The control he's showing right now is just impressive. Unbelievable. Lancer barely scrapes through that brutal exchange to stay in the fight. He's certainly trying to make this a closer contest. Another quick stop from Lancer, showing incredible spirit as he claws back into this series. That was a clinical finish to keep the pressure mounted. And there it is. Zed closes the deal with a clean finish to secure the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, but Zed just played a perfect game to shake off that recent loss. What a match! Welcome to Redline. Today we have Omnic taking on Zeth in a match where Zeth enters as the favorite. Omnic was way too fast on that exchange, catching Zeth completely off guard on the ramp. He's looking to shake off those recent losses early on. What a scrap. Zeth barely walks away from that one after knocking Omnic off the ramp. A familiar result for the two of them given their deep history. Zeth holds a significant advantage in their lifetime head-to-head record. It's a confidence gap that usually tilts these matches in his favor. I wonder if Omnic is finally starting to close that distance today. Omnic is really heating up with a 3-2 lead. The lower rated man is definitely stepping up his game. Zeth is playing it safe and staying high up, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic. His form looks much more consistent after those two wins on the map. Omnic just had the better reaction, picking Zeth right off those Tetris blocks. Both players have been fighting through tough sets today. Omnic is just refusing to let Zeth settle in, clearing him out of that ramp position. Zeth had the momentum coming into this from their last set. Omnic is simply too fast right now, extending his grip on this game. He's really fighting for a turnaround after those tough losses to Lancer. Zeth finds a clean answer here to keep his hopes alive. Zeth really needs to find a way to string a few together. Unreal. Both players were almost gone, but Omnic scrapes through by a hair. He's defying that lower ranking with every single engage. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Zeth had the map advantage coming into this, but he struggled to close out these exchanges. We'll see if he can flip the script on the other side. Let's see if Zeth can rally. Zeth answers back from the ramp to narrow this gap. He's proving why he started this set as the favorite. A sharp read from the ramp to tie this series up at 7-7. The momentum shift is total right now. What a response! He completely controls the pace from the ramp, taking a commanding lead. He's really starting to lean into that higher ranking. Zeth is an absolute machine right now, clawing his way back into the lead. Omnic is just completely out of options right now. Omnic pulls a quick adjustment to clear him off the ramp. Hard to believe this guy has been on such a tough run today. Zeth wins the race to the trigger on the ramp, showing real grit to keep this climb going. Omnic is really hanging in there, managing to trade blows with Zeth at this stage. He's really fighting a tough trend after that loss to Lancer earlier. We are deadlocked at 10 apiece, absolute chaos. He's showing a lot of resilience after that tough run of games today. Another clean strike for Omnic, who's now firmly in control of the map. That's a complete reversal from their last meet on fast aim. Zeth puts on a statement from the ramp, evening this battle up at 11-11. The pressure is mounting as they head into these final moments. Zeth is absolutely on fire, stepping up in the clutch to put himself one round away from victory. A sudden burst of precision takes out the man on the ramp, sending us into overtime. Absolutely wild. What a way to force the extra rounds. Zeth is simply refusing to back down, securing a perfectly clean kill to keep this surge alive. It's a clinical performance from the higher seeded player here. Omnic puts him down from the ramp, making it a dead heat as we move deeper into this overtime. A massive swing to bring the total score perfectly level. Omnic has completely flipped the script, cleaning out Zeth from the ramp to take control. He's fighting back against that lower seed rating. He is just not going away, wiping the floor with his opponent to bring this total deadlock to 14-14. Pure chaos as we've hit a total stalemate. Omnic claws back into the lead, putting Zeth on the brink of defeat. That was a high intensity trade to get back on top. He closes it out with the final kill to secure the victory. He really dug deep in overtime to overcome that head-to-head slump. Zeth fought a great battle, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Welcome to the match on Italy. We have Omnic taking on the favorite Lancer in a battle for dominance. Lancer enters this one with a very strong head-to-head record. It's clear the matchup favors him heavily based on their long history together. I'm curious to see if Omnic can find a way to break that cycle today. Lancers firmly in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. A tough climb for the number 33 seed here. Lancer looks very comfortable right now. He's just refusing to let Omnic build any momentum. He's looking every bit the favorite so far. Lancer is just one step ahead at 3-2. That was a lightning fast way to get back in this. Omnic has clawed back to even things up at 3-all. He's really putting that previous 13-6 loss to bed. Absolutely effortless. He's simply taking over the series right now. Lancer's superior head-to-head record isn't showing up right now. He's just completely unstoppable, adding another win to a 4-round tear. It's a huge shift for a player sitting outside the top 30. He's absolutely on fire, securing another perfect round to push his lead to 6. He's just not letting up, extending that streak to 6. It is a complete reversal of how their last encounter ended. Lancer manages to survive that exchange and pull himself back into a closer game. The higher ranked player is finally starting to show some life. Omnic holds a commanding 8-4 lead heading into the break. Honestly, nobody expected the underdog to come out this aggressive. He's completely flipped the script on a player who usually owns this matchup. Lancer needs to find his rhythm now. Omnic is holding the lead despite a long-term career win rate of only 34%, and honestly, you can tell he's trying to prove the skeptics wrong today. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out and avoid another loss against this opponent. What a scramble! Lancer barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep his momentum rolling. He's really cutting deep into that lead. A clean response here to keep that lead comfortable. A really rapid stop to that slide. Omnic secures a 3-point cushion to regain total control. The a priori favorite is really starting to sweat this one. An absolute shutout. He's just found a way to keep the pressure high and keep those rounds stacking up. Lancer secures a clean point by holding a height advantage from the wine. He's showing some of that higher rated poise now. That was a sudden snap. Omnic just put himself one win away from the victory. Unreal, Omnic shuts the door with a huge final play to seal the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, proving he can trade blows with the top tier of the league. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Zeth and Lancer are ready to battle it out to see who takes the win. Zeth comes out aggressive and secures the early lead from the ramp. Lancer is already looking for answers after those quick losses lately. Lancer holds his ground and takes the lead, proving Zeth isn't the only one who can play the ramp effectively. It's a toss-up, even with Lancer holding the slight edge on this map. Zeth holds a commanding 28-23 lead in their overall head-to-head history. He's certainly looking comfortable in this specific matchup today. He's really leaning into that psychological advantage as Lancer tries to find his footing. Zeth pulls ahead slightly with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's managed a decent 22-14 record over the last day. Lancer is starting to build some real momentum here, wiping out Zeth's earlier advantage in the blink of an eye. It's a total reset as the two players stand on even ground. Zeth claws back into a 4-3 lead right now. Zeth is certainly making his recent victory against Lancer look like a trend. Lancer makes quick work of Zeth's attempt to hold the window, keeping this set perfectly tied. This is precisely why Lancer usually gets the nod in this matchup. Lancer is just too sharp right now, shutting Zeth down even when he tries to take their ramp advantage. Deadlock at 5 apiece as we head into the next. His current number of games today is much lower than Lancer's. Lancer just reads Zeth like a book, shutting him down instantly despite that high ground advantage. He's showing a lot more composure compared to Zeth's current form. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted so far. He has more experience on this particular map and it's showing in the round count. Time to switch side. Lancer is certainly making the most of his 43% win rate on this map. It's creating a real problem for Zeth, who has struggled significantly more in this specific environment. The momentum is shifting heavily towards the leader now. Zeth is fighting back, and he just tracked Lancer right off that ramp. That was an incredibly quick trade to break the streak. Lancer is simply too quick today, putting the pressure on Zeth from that high spot on the ramp. Lancer is cruising with a strong 10-7 cushion. He's managed to stay competitive despite a rough day overall. Lancer is really putting the screws to Zeth now. Just a couple more rounds to wrap this up. The favorite just isn't showing up in this server today. He's just one round away now, putting an end to Zeth's brief resurgence with a clean hit. It's a tough spot for the pre-match favorite to be in. What a finish! He shuts the door on Zeth and claims the victory right now. He really asserted himself in that final push, showing just how much experience he's got on this map. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off on dunes to see who takes the win. Good start for Zeth, though he barely walked away from that absolute firefight. The head-to-head history definitely favors the lead here. Zeth has a substantial lead in their historical head-to-head, winning over 500 matches between the two. But the dynamic here is interesting since Omnic actually took their most recent meeting. It will be a test of nerves to see if he can regain that early confidence. Zeth is simply on another level, plucking Omnic right off that box for another win. Omnic finally finds his mark, knocking Zeth right off the box. His recent victory over Zeth on Redline was definitely a tight affair. Zeth is just dominating this set at 5-1. The slightly higher rank is certainly playing its part today. Zeth is just outclassing him right now, taking this one from the high ground. Zeth is simply putting on a clinic, keeping his lead wide open with another effortless kill. Things are certainly playing out as expected for the favorite today. Another instant delete. He's just completely outclassing the competition right now. Omnic manages to clear him off the box for another tally. A rough run today for the top seed with those 14 wins. Omnic is really digging in here, putting up a fight and refusing to just let this match slip away. The two of them are essentially equal on this specific map. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he has completely run away with this side. Omnic is just failing to find a response right now. Time for a total reset. Omnic is currently sitting at a 40% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, that recent stretch shows he's finally found some stability in his game. It will be interesting to see if he can use this tiny bit of momentum to climb back into the set. Zeth pushes his lead to 10, really suffocating Omnic. That was an incredibly snappy exchange. Omnic just sent Zeth packing from the high ground and suddenly the gap is closing fast. Zeth really stepped up there to shut down that small rally from Omnic. Just a slight difference in ladder standing separating these two today. Absolute perfection on that encounter. Zeth puts himself in a position to end the series right here. A huge moment as Omnic manages to knock him off the box to keep himself in this. That was a sharp reaction to shut down the leader. Boom. Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Zeth looked way too comfortable out there, showing exactly why he holds the edge in their long history together. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Lancer are facing off on orange, with Lancer entering as the favorite tonight. Lancer holds a significant advantage in their history, having won 40 of their past meetings, and he's currently riding a wave of strong form throughout the day. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can get an early adjustment to disrupt that rhythm. Lancer is absolutely on fire right now, sweeping this early stretch. Unreal accuracy from the front runner, shutting the door on any hope of a rally. He's just not letting up, claiming another effortless round to put a huge grip on this set. Incredible grit. He survives a brutal firefight by the skin of his teeth. Exactly what we saw in their last encounter on Italy. What a scramble. He barely holds on for his life to secure another round. He's really digging in his heels to close that gap. Lancer has been significantly more consistent today with a 22-14 record across his matches. And honestly, that stability is showing up in his efficiency during this series. It's going to be hard for Omnic to find an answer when he's playing this composed. Lancer is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. A quick flash of a result we saw earlier today on Italy. Omnic is making a move here, finally shaking off those early losses to put some pressure on Lancer. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is comfortably ahead, which is exactly what the numbers predicted. Lancer's stronger map history is giving him a clear edge here. New side, let's see who blinks first. That was lightning fast. He's refusing to go away quietly. The gap is practically gone now. The underdog is starting to look dangerous right now. What a fight! Both players were practically spent, but Lancer manages to edge out the victory. A crucial stand that keeps him in the driver's seat. He's stubbornly clinging to this game, proving he can trade blows with the favorite. This series is turning into a total toss-up. Lancer keeps his nose ahead at 9-7. Lancer is leaning on that experience as the higher-ranked player. He's showing some real toughness, putting an end to that momentary slide. The underdog is definitely starting to find some confidence. Absolute perfection from Omnic to square things up. He's completely erased that early deficit. Lancer narrowly retains a slender lead, outstripping Omnic 10-9. Lancer is starting to put some distance between himself and Omnic once again. He's looking a lot more like the seasoned veteran now. He's simply too strong right now, snatching another round to put himself on match point. The gap in their overall skill rating is really starting to manifest. What a way to close it out. He wipes the floor with Omnic to seal the victory. He really tightened up when it mattered most despite the pushback. He just knows how to close these sets out. Welcome to the Berserk League duels. We've got Zeph and Lancer facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Lancer comes out on top here, cleaning up Zeth right off the ramp to start us off. Lancer is looking sharp after those previous wins earlier today. Zeth just can't seem to find an answer for Lancer's speed right now. Their previous duel today went the same way. Zeth actually leads the overall head-to-head 28-24, so yeah, he certainly knows how to get the better of this opponent over the long haul. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that historical advantage into a lead in this particular series. Lancer is just dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Tough spot for the supposed favorite here. Lancer holds a tight 1-round lead over Zeth. He's looking for some more consistency after that 13-21 run today. Unreal, Lancer barely walks away from that clash, surviving a frantic exchange to knock Zeth off those boxes. His higher standing on the ladder is starting to show. Lancer is really finding his footing, utilizing that ramp position to just breeze through another round. Lancer wins the battle of the ramps, extending his lead to 6-2. The rating difference is starting to translate into raw results. Zeth finally answers back, picking him off the ramp to cut into that lead. The favorite is showing some teeth now. Lancer has been putting up strong numbers with a 23-13 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to how Zeth has been performing in his recent series. Lancer looks completely comfortable in this space. Lancer is just making quick work of him, catching Zeth right off those boxes to keep the pressure on. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. He's clearly the more confident player on red line right now. Time for Zeth to dig deep. Incredible fight. He manages to scrape through the chaos and secure a narrow victory with a sliver of health. A huge shift in momentum right here. Lancer quickly shuts that door, using the high ground on the ramp to put himself back in control. He's really making his higher ladder spot felt in this one. Lancer is putting on a clinic, leading 10-5. His superior win rate on this specific map is proving decisive. Lancer holds a commanding 4-round cushion over Zeth. Lancer has the historical edge here, but the match is still open. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, making it very difficult for Zeth to put together a streak. We're seeing some real back and forth now, and it's keeping Lancer on his toes. He's fighting against a tough set of results today. Zeth is putting up a serious fight now, chipping away at that lead and refusing to go down easily. The underdog is making a real statement here. Zeth is on fire, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. Lancer's confidence is clearly shaking after that series of losses. He shuts down the rally from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Lancer is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly here. And there it is, Lancer secures the final kill to close out the match. He really capitalized on those quick exchanges, essentially shutting down any hope of a full comeback. Lancer is looking incredibly strong today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off, with Zeth entering as the slight favorite today. Zeth holds a solid 53% win rate in their long-term head-to-head match history, and that historical edge seems to be translating well into today's early momentum. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to flip the script. Omnic has seized control, leading 2-1. His recent form had him on a bit of a slide. He's just completely overwhelmed his opponent, taking these to 3 straight. A complete turnaround from the result they saw just a few hours ago. He just keeps rolling, sweeping Zeth off the box for an impressive 4 in a row. He's really ignoring that recent head-to-head defeat. Zeth shows some grit here, finally halting that momentum shift with a rapid reaction. Zeth is refusing to back down, using that ramp advantage to keep his streak alive. The higher seeded player is starting to assert himself. Omnic is currently playing way above his 34% all-time win rate. It's quite a turnaround when you consider how heavily he struggled in the last 24 hours. If he can keep this pace, Zeth's ranking advantage won't mean much. Zeth is proving tough to shake, securing another point from the Tetris to keep things competitive. Omnic is putting on quite a display, simply refusing to let Zeth get any breathing room. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of this series. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, he's really bucking the trend here. Despite Zeth's overall map advantage, Omnic has been the more aggressive player through these first 12 rounds. Let's see who settles in first. He's staying composed and continues to chip away at that early lead. The experience of the favorites is really starting to show. Omnic keeps his nose ahead with an 8-6 cushion. Both players are fighting for a grueling set of matches today. Zeth is showing great resolve, picking him right off the box to narrow the gap. His current rank certainly suggests he can claw back into this. Absolutely incredible, he's clawed all the way back to even it up at 8-8. He's completely taken over, securing another win from the box to push his lead to 9-8. Omnic manages to put an end to the run, bringing the total score back to a dead heat. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure after a tough 13-22 day. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in a total nail-biter. He's really shaking off those losses against Lancer from earlier today. A completely untouched victory for the leader, who now holds a commanding 3-round lead. He's completely flipping the script on their previous Dooms meeting. Omnic just picks Zeth right off the ramp, moving him 1 more round away from a victory. The higher seed is looking completely lost in this set. Unbelievable performance. Omnic shuts the door on this series with an absolute shutdown of his opponent. He really pushed through those tough moments and just came out on top in the end. A huge result for the lower seed. Welcome everyone to Italy. Omnic and Lancer are ready to fight, and it looks like Lancer has the upper hand today. Omnic gets a quick start here, catching Lancer right there on the wine. That's an interesting start for the man sitting at rank 33. Lancer usually handles this pairing quite well, holding a significant lead in their total career head-to-head. It's a bit surprising to see him struggle this early, when his general win rate is so much higher than his opponents. We'll see if Lancer can lean on that history to turn things around. He's just unstoppable right now, digging in for a fierce exchange and coming out on top. A really tough start for someone who has looked so strong today. Absolutely brutal. He just plucks him right off the wine for a perfect 5-din lead. Lancer finally answers back, taking a clean round for himself. That's a strong way to start the day for a 23-13 player. Omnic keeps the pressure on, pushing to a 6-1 lead. It's a strange shift from their last meeting on Blame Orange. Omnic is playing out of his skin right now, having just carved through the map to reach an 8-1 lead. I mean, he's usually the underdog in this rivalry, but the gap in their current form is just staring us in the face. It'll take a serious mental reset for Lancer to get back into this. Lancer claws back a bit, trailing 7-3. The higher rated player is finally starting to assert himself. Lancer completely shuts him down from the wine to keep this hot streak alive. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the lower ranked player is defying all the odds right now. He's putting up a huge fight against Lancer's superior historical record on this map. Fresh start for both. He's showing some real grit here, shutting that down instantly to close the gap. The higher seed is finally putting on a show. What a frantic exchange! Lancer claws back to a deadlock, barely surviving that fight with a sliver of health. He's looking incredibly composed despite those low health numbers. Omnic pulls ahead again, regaining a thin 1-point edge. Both players are fighting through a really long day of matches. Omnic just secures a 2-round cushion at 9-7. He's really showing some spirit here, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. Lancer just found the perfect shot to tie this series up at 9 apiece. Tension is absolutely peaking now that we're back to a dead heat. Lancer is just on fire, keeping his run alive to seize the lead. Lancer is putting on a clinic with the rifle right now. Omnic answers back, bringing the series back to a stalemate. The momentum has completely shifted after that long run. Lancer has been pushed back to the wall here. He really needs a big result in the next round to stay in this. He's just too sharp right now, taking another effortless round to move within striking distance of the finish. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal firefight with almost nothing left to stay in the game. Pure guts keeping himself in the hunt with a clutch play. He shuts the door on the series with a perfect finish. Omnic is your winner. Just an unbelievable result here. Lancer really fought his way back, but he couldn't quite close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Lancer are facing off on Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer shuts things down quickly, catching Zeth as he tried to push from the ramp. Unbelievable. Lancer barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clinging to a tiny bit of health to take the lead. Zed holds a slight lead in the head-to-head over the course of 53 matches. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. He might be fighting uphill against the ladder rankings, but that historical confidence is showing right now. Lancer is starting to seize control of the pace here, moving back into the lead. The slightly higher rated player is really starting to assert himself. Lancer is really cooking, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. Lancer has been putting up high numbers throughout his day so far. Zeth claws back around to trail just 1 now. He's coming off a tough loss to Omnic just before this. Lancer is really making life difficult for Zeth, quickly picking him off the container to extend that lead. Lancer holds the edge by 1, leading 5-4. He's keeping things tight despite that tough break earlier against Omnic. Zeth has tied it up. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Lancer has the better record today, but Zeth is neutralizing that advantage. He dominates from the boxes, completely taking over the map as he puts up another win. Lancer has seen much more success over the last 24 hours. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's definitely defying the rankings right now. That 4-round run completely flipped the momentum, putting the underdog in the driver's seat. Let's see who takes control now. Zeth has really turned this match around, holding a healthy lead through the start of the second half. And considering he recently dropped a close match to the same player, he's doing a great job of shaking off that previous loss. If he can maintain this pace, Lancer might not have a response. Absolute control from Zeth right now, putting the pressure on with yet another quick win. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter where Lancer took it 13-9. Lancer manages to win a tough firefight to stop that onslaught. Lancer's stronger run over the last day is starting to pull through. Zeth still has a strong 3-round cushion here. Lancer's consistent form today is definitely starting to show. The comeback is on as he secures a 3rd straight point from the ramp. That's a serious shift in energy from the front runner. Lancer is on fire, sweeping another round to keep this incredible momentum shifting his way. It's impressive how he's staying composed despite the early deficit. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp to put an end to that run. He's fighting through a tough 13-21 run today. Lancer just won't go away, keeping the pressure high and narrowing this gap. He's showing plenty of resolve to keep this close. He earns a huge advantage here, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. It's a huge push for the lower rated player here. Lancer shows incredible heart here, refusing to let the match slip away as he takes this one. Total chaos as the momentum keeps swinging back and forth. He's doing it. Lancer forces the stalemate and pushes this whole encounter into overtime. Neither player is giving an inch in this deadlock. Zeth puts his foot down here, refusing to let Lancer run away with the series after that massive push. That was a lightning-fast response to regain control. He's completely locked in now, keeping the pressure high to bring us back to a dead heat. Truly an unbelievable turnaround from the start of the second half. Lancer is simply refusing to break, taking this round with an incredibly sharp exchange. Absolutely ice cold under the pressure. Pure grit to claw back that round. A real clash of wills from these two. Lancer just picks him off the boxes, putting himself one step closer to finishing this victory. Tensions are peaking in this absolute marathon of a match. Lancer survives an absolute war of a firefight to close the door and secure the victory. He really clawed his way back from the brink to take this in overtime. Zeth fought like a warrior, but he just couldn't close it out. A grueling series. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off in a very close matchup today. What a fight! Zeth barely scraps through that exchange to take the opening round. Zeth looks to maintain his historical edge in this head-to-head. What a scrap! Both players were swinging for their lives, but he manages to edge it out in a thriller. They're essentially deadlocked on the ladder right now. Omnic makes quick work of that, picking Zeth right off the box. He's just too fast, dropping Zeth off the box to extend this run. A big shift for Omnic, who just dropped the game to him on this territory. A very fast response from Zeth to bring the score back to 3-2. They've stayed incredibly consistent with their ratings over the long haul. Omnic really seems to be turning the tide in this rivalry, especially coming off that 13-9 victory they shared just a few matches ago. Well, it's certainly making Zeth fight a lot harder to get back into a leading position. Absolute deadlock now as we hit a 4-all stalemate. Zeth is definitely playing the role of the favorite here. Unreal. That was a total slugfest and he barely walked away alive. Just pure desperation in that last exchange. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 6-4 lead. What a wild brawl! He survives that chaotic exchange to stay in control. The narrow gap in their ratings is barely showing right now. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's really capitalizing on that 4-round run to put himself in a great spot. Zeth will need a strong start on the other side to close this gap. Time for a clean slate. Zeth holds the overall advantage in their career rivalry, winning over 50% of their matches. He really needs to channel that historical confidence to prevent Omnic from pulling away. It would be a massive shift if the trailing player continues to stumble here. Omnic is just rolling now, pushing the lead to 9-5. He's really finding a groove tonight, coming off that win against Lancer. Good grief, that was a war. He clings on by a thread to survive that exchange. Just another nail-biter as he manages to survive. An absolute blur of a round, leaving Zeth completely outclassed as he marches toward the finish line. He's just not letting up now, putting a huge amount of pressure on Zeth as he nears the finish. Zeth answers back instantly, catching Omnic right on the box to keep his hopes alive. Zeth has to dig deep if he wants to avoid a blowout. Zeth manages to shut that down with a lightning-fast shot to stay in the fight. That's 2 quick ones in a row for the trailing player. And that is it. Omnic closes it out in style to secure the victory. He really found his stride in that second half, making a huge dent in the long-term rivalry today.